the first Betway T20 between the West Indies and England. Got him! Then that salute! Brandon King's going to be aggressive anyway. It'll be 50 for Brandon King. The West Indies looking for consistency. Oh, has he run him out? All the way for 6, in vain. But what a knock. After all the excitement of Sunday evening, we are back.
Oh boy, simply brilliant. And they are on their feet here.
It's been a wonderful series, very entertaining.
That is beautiful from Moeen Ali. Shocker from Moeen Ali. Oh, he's knocked him over.
Series tied up at 2-all.
Tomorrow is going to be that day.
It's been a week of carnival-like celebrations of the best of T20 cricket, and it's all come down to this, the 5th Betway T20 International between the West Indies and England. All the action has taken place here at Kensington Oval in Barbados. The first game went to the West Indies. England bounced back, and then the West Indies went to front in the third game. And then England were very convincing to square the series in game number 4. As we welcome you to the sunshine of Kensington Oval, this is the decider. It's been a wonderful experience of cricket so far, pyrotechnics and all. So let's go straight out to the middle and join Mark Butcher.
5th and final toss in front of the 5th and final T20 International, sponsored by Betway. I've got Sir Richie Richardson, match referee, with me. Karen Pollard, captain of the West Indies. Moeen Ali, captain of England. KP, would you give the coin a flick for me, please? Tails is the call. It's come down ahead. West Indies have won the toss again. Now, every team that's won it has bowled first, and they've only won once doing so. What are you going to do today?
Bat.
Right, okay. It's the same surface that Rodman Powell put on that masterclass the other evening. Does that play into that at all, and do you expect the pitch to play any differently?
Not so. I guess it had a couple of days to be prepared, as well. And, I think today's a virtual final as well. You've played a lot of finals around, runs on the board. I think, for the pressure, adds a better pressure in the second half of the inning. So let's see how it goes. Yeah,
it's a perfect way for you to sort of get a gauge as to where your group is at the moment. Any changes to your team?
Yeah, we have 2 changes. Darren Bravo, he misses out. Fabian Allen comes in. Odin Smith comes back in. And Dominic Drakes, he misses out.
Okay, all right. Thanks for talking to us. I'll let you go and get ready. Moeen, you're going to have to chase. It's not been happy chasing out here, barring the first game, of course, which was a very low-scoring affair. How does that feel for you?
Yeah, I would have bowled first today. I think it is a difficult one because last 3 games the teams batted first have won, but yeah, we're happy chasing. We chase well generally, so yeah, happy chasing.
Now, same surface, same question, I suppose. Rodman Powell put you guys to the sword here on Wednesday. You've got the small side of the ground again. It's been a headache for both captains. Have you got plans in place where you can perhaps override those issues today?
Yeah, we do, and I think the way we bowled yesterday was fantastic, and it's a good indicator on how we're going to go today. So it's pretty simple, really. Try and defend one side when you need to, and just execute your skills. So yeah, I thought we can take a lot of confidence from yesterday.
Any changes to your team?
One change. Saqib Mahmood comes in for Tamar Mills.
Okay, and of course 2-2. You've got a huge contingent of England's fans. It'd be great to send them home with a win in this series. Yeah,
it'd be amazing if we win the series from here. I think being 2-1 down and to win it would be great with a side that's a bit inexperienced, but it's a great opportunity for everyone to put their hand up today.
Okay, thanks for speaking with us, Mo. Go and get yourself ready. Okay, so the news from here as the sun bursts through the clouds at Kensington Oval is that the West Indies have won the toss, and the first time a team doing so has decided to bat first.
Thanks to Mark Butcher, and in the absence of Owen Morgan, once again it'll be Moeen Ali to lead, and he did that in every sense of the word in the 4th T20 International. Runs and wickets setting the example for the rest. Saqib Mahmood is back. He took a little bit of a pasting in the 2nd T20 International at the back end of the game. He will be looking for redemption, and he's good enough. I'm telling you, he is. Rodman Powell will be looking for a repeat performance. He got that 100 in a T20 International, number 3, his only 100 in T20 cricket, and it was brilliant to watch. Welcome back, Fabian Allen, fellow Jamaican of Rodman Powell. What a fantastically gifted cricketer with ball, bat, and in the field. And it's a Jamaican paradise, it would seem, because the ever-smiling Odin Smith with the powerful shoulders is back into the 11 today as well. What a promising young cricketer. Alongside me, Stacey and King and Kemar Roach. Kemar, first of all, your thoughts on the West Indies lineup?
I think it's a fantastic lineup, the strongest one to date. Obviously, Fabian Allen comes back in for Bravo, who haven't had to do much in this series. And then obviously, Drake's, with his only one game for the series, comes out for Odin Smith. That gives them a lot of batting, very, very strong, solid side. And I'm looking forward to a fantastic game again.
Yep, it's all on the carpet today, Stacey and King, with this England team.
Yeah, just one change. Pace replaces pace, left arm pace. Mills out and Mahamud coming in. So just to add to that bowling lineup that England has been displaying so far.
Well, when you saw me, first of all, there was social distance taking place. No one wanted to be near me except for this fella, the Betway trophy. But Stacey and, of course, Kemar are here. And I just want to go, Stacey, to revisit the last game with the spin that was bowled in the middle at the West Indies. How critical will that be in this game?
Yeah, they started off really well, West Indies, but just lost their way, even though they were in at that time. They were in batters that were already there and spending time. But they just couldn't seem to put those balls away from the England bowlers, the England spinners especially. 3 wickets falling within that period for just 28 runs.
Kemar, is it a case of being more positive against Rashid and whoever is employing the art of slow bowling?
Oh, definitely. I think maneuvering the strike is still important. We all know he's a very crafty bowler in Moeen Ali and also in Rashid. But I think it's just about backing yourself, obviously, trying to pick the ball as early as possible and just put yourself in a good position to maneuver the strike and get the boundaries.
Yeah, there was some good depth bowling at the end from Jordan and Vey as well. So let's also reflect on a key innings in this tournament of Rovman Powell and the way, Kemar, that he played in that third T20 international. Simply
brilliant. I think he'd be very high on confidence coming into this last game in the series. He'd be licking his fingers. He's back on the same pitch he got the 100 on, and I'm sure he'd be ready to go. Obviously, get out there and obviously repeat another fantastic performance and obviously get West Indies across the line.
Didn't quite go well for him in the fourth T20. Consistency is the thing they're in search of.
I think consistency is the thing for both teams, and especially West Indies. They've done it. They know how to get there, but there's the talent. But how do they work it out?
You're the best man to answer that. You're still a player. She's no longer a player. She said she's done with it earlier today.
Yeah, definitely. It's just about backing yourself. I think the practice is done. It's the last game of the series. It's all about going out there, backing your ability, expressing yourself, and just putting that good performance in to get West Indies across the line. That's it.
You know, a lot of cricket, Stacey, is about momentum. I hate to hear it, right? Do England really have any after the last win? If there's such a thing?
I think they do, to be honest. They've clicked in all the right areas. They've struggled. They've improved in every game that they've played so far. And the area that they fell short was the depth bowling. They've come and they've corrected that, and they've come and corrected their batting as well.
Yeah, and just quickly, Brandon King needs to fire?
Yes. He's had a pretty decent series. Obviously, he's been a little bit ups and downs with the roller coaster, but I think if he gets off today on what seems to be a pretty good pitch for batting, I think he'll be in for a fantastic knock from him as well.
Thanks to Kemar, thanks to Stacey Ann. Mark Butcher works hard. Man, he works hard. He's young, so let's revisit him once again and find out about conditions.
Okay, same place out here in the middle at Kensington Oval. It is not the same strip, but more on that in a moment. First of all, I just want to talk again about the dimensions of the ground. There was talk we were going to be playing slap bang in the middle of the square. That was the pitch used for the first game where England got bowled out for 100. They've decided not to use that one. They've gone back to the Rovman Powell pitch, which means that we are much, much closer to the eastern side of the ground. So the short boundary is on the eastern side. The wind is blowing across from the east all the way over to the western side of the ground, the Greenwich and Haynes stand, which of course will be a much, much larger carry, assisted by the fact that the wind is right behind it. Okay, got that? Captains have got it too, and the bowlers. Now, what about this surface? Wednesday, Rovman Powell put on a ball striking masterclass on this deck, which fooled us all a little bit, to be honest with you, because it looked quite dry. This has got a nice little sheen on it as well. They've been rolling it for a very, very long time this morning, but logic tells you that a pitch that was ready to play on Wednesday, it's now Sunday, is going to be a little bit drier than that. There should be runs, there should be big hits made on this pitch. It might just grip a tiny bit more for the spinners than it did on Wednesday. All in all, I think we're going to see runs out here once again. It should be a fitting climax for what has been an excellent series.
Yes, that's what we want. We want action, and the players have done everything they can possibly do to be prepared to create some division between the two teams. England and the West Indies squaring off in the final game. Short break and live action on the other side. Hello to everyone, wherever you are. The decider at Kensington Oval. Players take the knee once again. Just a reminder of how we are supposed to carry ourselves. Treat everyone with equality. West Indies have won the toss again. This time electing to bat first. Steve Harmison alongside me. What are you expecting?
I'm expecting an absolute cracker, Bish. The pitch looks beautiful. Weather looks beautiful. Noticed a bit of swing for Reece Topley this morning in warm-up, so he'd be desperate for that with the brand new Kookaburra ball in his hand.
Look for that swing.
Let's play.
That's straight, a little fortunate not to have a little nudge on that pass short fine leg.
Brandon King will be disappointed he didn't. There was a little shape, just a little bit of shape. Seam position very good from Reece Topley. King would be disappointed he didn't get something on that. Short fine leg is inside the 30-yard circle. A tickle would have brought a boundary. That's it. That's the swing that Reece Topley is looking for. You can hear Sam Billings behind the stumps, encouraging the bowler. You look at this. Seam position, beautiful. Coming back on to off stump, inside edge of the bat. I think he's had a fantastic series, has Reece Topley. Gone through the mill with his body injury throughout the years, but it's been a fantastic series by the big man. And that's where he's done well. The first over of games, been able to not only to get the ball to swing, but the length has been perfect. cramping the batsman for any sort of room. Deep square leg, the man outside of the 30-yard circle on the leg side. Third man on the offside.
Ouch. Hope Topley's okay. As you said, he's already had a history of injuries of the back, etc.
But a lot of them are self-inflicted with his body. This one, smile. That's going to hurt. That is going to hurt. There's not much protection around that shin bone. Good to see him back on his feet.
That's awesome. Middle and off.
Carl Mayers in the last game had an impressive knock. For him to start this series, there's a slip in place. We like that. What are your thoughts on Mahmood coming back into the 11?
Well, it's an interesting selection. I think the selectors of the England cricket team want to have another look at Saqib Mahmood. And there's no doubt there's quality there. There is no doubt at all that Saqib Mahmood has the ability to play international cricket. He's been expensive in this series. I think England just wanted to have one more look at him.
Three of the opening over, 3 without loss. A lot of guys populating both teams who can do something with bat and with ball. West Indies with Allen back and Odean Smith. And it is Saqib Mahmood. Good strike. Good strike. Straight onto the bat and straight over the ropes from Brandon King.
Imagine this is a plan from ball one from the West Indian dressing room and the batting unit, that the players that have been under pressure in the England bowling department keep putting the pressure on them. I wouldn't say that was in the slot by any stretch of the imagination from Saqib Mahmood, but because he's skiddier trajectory, you can hit through the line of the ball. And the beauty about this pitch, as we've seen on Wednesday night when Rothman Powell was in it, it's true, the batsman can trust it, and that's a fantastic shot by Brandon King.
And that means that the last 4 balls in T20 internationals have gone for 6 off Saqib's bowling. Lucky to get away there with a short fine leg.
And the confidence that Saqib Mahmood has been dented off the back of Akeal Hussain in that last over on Wednesday in match 3 was something I think England wanted to have another look at. Mentioned before, this guy has got the skills, I think, to play international cricket. But the question mark is, has he got the temperament to come back from the game, which he had a poor last over, that's all he did. Before that, he had bowled quite nicely. I think that's why England have thrown him back into the fire of the decider.
Yeah, in this T20 format, you're going to go for runs one day and it gives you a chance to come back. It's the nature of the game, Steve, isn't it? The West Indies now, without Bravo, will be looking to a more aggressive approach across the order.
I think on this pitch, I think that's the way to go. I don't think you need somebody that's going to put a fire out. I think that's what Darren Bravo was there for, to go and put fires out. Long baton lineup on a good surface, just go from ball one.
Sweet shot. You can think of a right-handed opening batsman after Hoover Stand is named here that would have played that.
This is dismissed. I don't think this is bad ball. This is in and around a decent length. And it's just been picked up. If anything, he could have been a little bit fuller. But that's being hypercritical. This is a good shot. Bear in mind, deep square this has gone straight over the fielder's head. Two men outside the circle. If you're bowling a power play, you're saying you're going to hit me for 6 over a fielder's head. It's going to have to be a good shot. Well, that was a fantastic shot there by Kyle Mears. And the pressure that was asked and the temperament question about Saqib Mahmood has certainly been ramped up in this first over of the 5th T20.
The point has gone out. Talking, of course, about Sir Gordon Greenidge, whose name adorns the western stand here at this ground, the Greenidge and Haynes stand. A lot of people would have talked about the pull shot that he played with, in his case, the left leg that comes up. There we go. Quite appropriate. Desmond might say it should be the Haynes and Greenidge stand. Beautifully played to end the over. 22 without loss. Off that Mahmood over.
6 was beautiful, but that was just timed fantastically well. And so was that. Again, I don't think it's a bad ball from Reece Topley. Put in a good area, but it was control from Brandon King.
Surface is playing well in the initial stage, so bowlers can think even of change-ups in pace or going hard into the pitch. The leg side is a bigger side of the ground. You can use your short ball. Two fielders set back there.
That looks as though that is the plan from the England team, to bowl tight into Brandon King's hip. Trying to get the ball to swing, to come back in. Two men on the leg side. That's good cricket. That's fantastic cricket by the two West Indian opening batsmen. And this was Myers from last night. Thought he batted beautifully to get the West Indies off to a good start. Did the short ball very well. Had a go at the slower bowlers. And any sort of width was totally dismissive.
We can look forward to spin again and see what impact it has. Moeen Ali and Rashid did very well with ball. thought the boundaries and the rotation of strike here is good. Jordan was also good last night.
Jordan was excellent at the end. I thought last night he bowled over in the middle, which was very, very good, but he bowled a good over at the end last night. But this has been good by the West Indies, because one criticism I think there has been of the West Indian cricket side is rotation of strike. Hitting boundaries, not a problem. Rotation of strike, something needed to be worked on.
Yes, when the boundaries aren't coming, there are other ways to score. 31 without loss. It's been a win-one, lose-one series up to this point. Decider today here at Kensington Oval. Moeen Ali, who was brilliant last game in his leadership, bowled a second over yesterday. Again, early into the attack with the ball.
Hey, ball.
Nice start from Moeen Ali. He did say in the press conference last night it was a plan that the English were looking to go at the West Indies early, spin.
It turned, and I'm not sure if Sam Billings would consider it a difficult opportunity.
Sam Billings will be disappointed with this. Bails have gone, but the ball's not there. Sharp turn, bit of bounce. Batsman was all at sea. Good bowling again by Moeen Ali.
Hey, ball.
Moeen Ali seen him come early and just snatched it. Sam Billings, sorry.
Come on, mate.
Mentioned Moeen Ali bowled early last night, second over, but even outside of the power play, there were 7 overs bowled, most of it from spin, that only 28 runs came between over 7 to 13. That's the impact that good spin has had.
And for me, that was where the game was won yesterday. I thought the game was won yesterday in that period where the West Indies didn't really know how to play that passage.
Come on.
We said about the West Indies struggling, rotation of strike, understanding tough passages of games and coming out of them without too much damage. I just wonder, that first over, because Brandon King was on strike, the first over from the media stand end, if it was the left-hander, would Moeen Ali have bowled it instead of Saqib Mahmood?
Hit me, Rush.
33 without loss. If you've just joined us, Fabian Allen's back, Hudayne Smith is back. No Drakes, no Bravo. And no more Reece Topley. Chris Jordan. The important thing to note also about that Moeen Ali over is that, at least to the right-hander, the short boundary was in play. Mears is latching on to these short deliveries with some aplomb.
I think that happened quite a bit last night. First ball of an England over went to the boundary. And yet again, a drag down by Chris Jordan. Well timed by Mears. Phil Salt's quick out there, it's square leg, deep square leg, but nowhere near stopping the boundary, and pressure straight away on the bowler in the power play.
Yes, it's been around the first-class game in the Caribbean since 2011 and only made his international debut last year in Bangladesh. Stunning debut in a test match double 100. There he goes again. It's that sort of day so far for Mears.
Cracking shot by Mears again, and just a pick up. That's all it is, it's just a pick up. Helped it on its way to the marginally shorter side of the field. Beautiful leg in the air. Roll of the wrists. Helping it on its way, not looking to keep it down. All he's thinking of there is 6. Using the pace that Chris Jordan is putting on the ball. England trying to cramp the West Indian batsman up and need to go just that little bit closer to off stump.
Goes leg side again. And they come back for 2 in this series so far. Its strike rate against a short ball is nearly 250. So I'm just wondering, Steve, what the options are if Jordan needs to maybe go 4th or 5th stump, meaning outside the off stump, although he doesn't have a deep third man. Does go outside the off stump, might have been, well, not sure if it was pace off, deep point there.
And I think that's a better miss, Chris Jordan. The longer side, if he wanted to bowl there, he could have his leg side man inside the circle, third man down, deep point, and bowl that little bit fuller length outside off stump. And say, if you want to go to the shorter side, you've got to shovel it across. That would be a better miss than missing it leg stump or outside leg stump, especially the way Mears picks his bat up. He shovels it round the corner.
Good start for the West Indies. Again, showers of blessings here at Kensington. 47 without loss.
Well, any time is a good time for a lime here in the West Indies. Moeen Ali has come on and stemmed the tide a little, but not for long. 84 sixes now in what is the first innings of the 5th match of this T20 series. The ball just keeps flying out of the park.
Amazing start for West Indies. The pitch is playing just as good as it was thought. Obviously winning the toss and batting first. Pitches up very true. And King and Mears has got the West Indies off to a flyer. Let's see what plans do Moeen Ali have in terms of stemming the flow of runs in the middle overs. But he's got to come with something soon, I'm sure.
It was spin yesterday, wasn't it, that was West Indies undoing. They got off to a flying start. King and Mayers were on over 60 for the first wicket, and then England put the brakes on with spin. Seen the ball just grip a little. Certainly didn't spin at all on the Wednesday when Rodman Powell did his thing. Pitch is a little older. England will be looking to that man once again. How often is it down to Adil Rashid to come in and arrest the flow of runs? For that record against the West Indies, they must be sick of the sight of him.
Hey, bowled.
Good grip there. I think he's trying to spin the ball to the left-hander more. Obviously with that short side.
Brilliant, Mo. Brilliant, Mo. Come on, boys. Hey, bowled.
Yeah, Moeen Ali is an off-spin bowler that really does give it a rag.
One dozen, eh? Brilliant, Mo.
It was in his very first over. Billings rather snatched at it. It turned sharply. It's going to get away for 4. It's another 50 partnership for the West Indies. 3 times in this 5-match series. First wicket has gone past the 50 mark.
Good shot. Play that one late. And it runs away to the boundary.
Mo, not far away.
It's a very positive starter from Kyle Mayers. Having his 2nd game in the series. Looks good.
Yeah, 29 years of age, and he's taking his chance at the top of the order for the West Indies. 6 overs gone, power play done, 58 without loss. Man from Barbados, Gregory Brathwaite, with the rather overzealous signalling of the end of the power play, just in case anybody was in any doubt. Rashid.
Hey, bowled.
Well, I wonder what the conversation has been in that dressing room, because Adil Rashid has had West Indies on toast.
Brilliant, Rush. Not far away, boys.
Well, by any indication of that shot, it's about being positive against Adil Rashid. After the best ball play we have for the series, I think West is in a good position.
Hey.
Good running.
Yep, good position. Worth, I suppose, making the point that they had a partnership of 64 yesterday for Rashid, and Livingston and Ali got their teeth into the different surface, different situation when you're setting a total rather than chasing one.
Hey, bowled, Rush.
And what seems to be a better pitch as well. So the West Indies are looking quite confident in this start, in this last T20 International, but let's see how they can carry on.
Short boundary into the wind. Oh, that's brilliant. That is sensational. It'll go down as Phil Salt's catch, but Jason Roy had an enormous amount of work to do, judging the ball in the wind, judging his position on the crease, taking the catch, and then finding Salt with a handoff. This is awesome.
How many times have you seen that? It's so common in the modern game. Off balancing there from Roy, and a very strong throw to Salt. But the scorecard says Salt caught it. Kyle Mayers goes for 31, West Indies 59 for 1.
Well, the conversation has definitely been to attack Adil Rashid, because Romario Shepherd has made his way out to the middle. Made 44 from just 28 deliveries in game 2, smashing it with Akil Hussain at the back end of that vain chase. Jason Roy with the calmness. And wouldn't you have just put 1 or 2 Barbados dollars on it that it's Adil Rashid that breaks the partnership?
Simply amazing. Fantastic. And a smile on the face from Salt. But we're going to be in for a show here. Shepherd up to 3. This is going to be very interesting.
Googly, not picked. Going down the leg side. Adil Rashid is in the game, and he's got his teeth into the West Indies again. 60 for 1. Okay, so it's going to be a combination of wrist spin and finger spin from the Malcolm Marshall end. Liam Livingstone into the game, into the contest. He's relishing this role. England will mind that. You see somebody like Romario Shepherd come out to the crease and you think to yourself, well, it can be dangerous. But with the ball turning in both directions, you fancy getting him out, don't you? You fancy a cheap wicket.
I don't think he's bat 3 ever in his life.
He is so strong. So you really got to pitch it, because otherwise he will dong it out of the park all day long.
Clear plan here to be extremely positive against the spin in the middle overs where they've had their problems. So Shepherd in, and he smashed that one out the park. Second ball faced. This is going to be a show today.
Yeah, you just got to use the facilities, haven't you, as a spin bowler. He knows it. West Indies are definitely not going to be bogged down in these overs outside of the power play. Or at least they won't die wondering. It's been interesting watching the evolution of both of these teams. Both sides are perhaps a little bit under strength. Both sides are trying out new players.
Totally agree. I think it's just a good series for guys, obviously, to get their roles understood leading up to that World Cup later on this year. So England missing some players. West Indies trying to find their feet again in T20 cricket. So interesting series for sure.
Skewed off the outside edge, and that's going to be another wicket to leg spin. Livingstone gets his revenge. And the Shepherd experiment comes to an end.
Yeah, it was either going to be hit or miss for Shepherd. He's going after every ball. That was a clear plan given to him, but he miscued this one. And a great catch there from Mahmood. Livingstone is happy. Pitched that one correctly. And Shepherd goes for 5. West Indies 67 for 2.
Nicholas Pooran, who has got the gloves again for the West Indies. He's also been a consistent scorer for them in this series. He's there because of this rather agricultural, or if you'll forgive me, farmyard heave from the shepherd. Six and out for him.
Hey! Oh!
Wide given by umpire Duguid.
Hey!
Successful over for Livingston, 9 runs from it, and the wicket of Shepherd, 69 for 2.
Just a bit. That's 2 legs.
Thank you. Come on, Russia.
So Trinidadian joins Jamaican in the middle for West Indies. Nicholas Pooran, you would say, is probably this West Indian team's best player of spin. Goes down the ground, but he hasn't quite got it, but didn't have to. He swung so hard at that even the miscue has sailed over the boundary for 6.
Good shot. A little bit of air from Rashid, and Pooran just give it a whack straight back down. And that positive intent is still going to go through these middle overs, so this is going to be a fantastic, fantastic game, I'm sure.
Hey, boy, get it, Rush. Hit him.
Always a lot of talk about the equipment and boundary sizes and all the other things. But one thing that very rarely gets factored in is just how hard these boys are swinging at the ball.
Hey, ball, Rush. Brilliant.
I always make the analogy that even if you put one of these new bats in the hands of players from 30 years ago, if you're letting the ball go outside off stump, it's not going for 6. You've got to swing hard at it and you've got to make contact, right? Again, dancing feet from Pooran.
Oh, what do you think that is, Butch? There's better trees in Tolson?
Well, no, I mean, willow's willow, right? It's just the intent, you know, from the moment that T20 became such a popular version of the game. Oh, that's close. That's really straight. No. England won't review. Rashid thinks it's going down the leg side. And as soon as the requirement to score at 10, 12, 13, 14 runs and over came along, batters changed the way they intended to strike the ball.
Bold. Brilliant rush.
9 runs from the 9th, 78 for 2.
Do you like it like that?
Fifth Betway T20 International come down to the final match. It's been an excellent series. A lot of eye-catching performances on both teams. A bit of inconsistent stuff, a bit of spectacular stuff along the way. Who will carry off the trophy at the end of 40 overs today? Forget England will be back in March for a 3-match series. Back here in Barbados, also Antigua and Grenada. Suspect we'll see one or two of the England fans joining the touring team there as well. Oh, that's hit hard. That's hit really hard. Again, the footwork made it a little bit short from Moeen, but it's great execution from King.
Strong arms there from King. And that was pulled very hard. Short side. On these spots these days, it'll be hard to stop it. So, fantastic shot.
West Indies have kept that rate bubbling over. Tiny little drop after the power play, but still managing to hit at least one boundary and over. England spinners haven't quite cast the same spell yet.
Hey.
Selection permitting, you'll be involved in that test series against England, but you're excited about that.
Hit me, Barry!
I don't want any premature decisions on that yet, but yeah, hopefully pending selection, I'll be a part of that tour. I always love to play England in the Caribbean the Test Series. We usually get the better of them, but I'm sure they'll be coming very hard after the tough Ashes tour they had recently.
That's right, England have not won in the West Indies since 2004.
Great turn there, Mo!
It was 56 years before that. So, very proud record the West Indies have against England in these islands.
Oh, Mo. Awesome, Moe. Awesome, Moe.
Moeen continues to try to exploit this middle order of his spin and doing a pretty good job so far.
One, Barry.
Barton was very quick off the mid-wicket fence. Keep West Indies down to just the one. Pooran will keep the strike. We're halfway through first innings of this final game. It's 86 for 2 and time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
The decider here at Kensington Oval. It's been a festive week of T20 international cricket between England and the West Indies. Of course, next month, in fact, in March, we can look forward to the longest version of the game, the Apex Test Series between these two teams in Antigua, Barbados and Grenada. Log on to windiescricket.com and pick up your tickets. And of course, having spoken about what is to come here in the Test Series and in Barbados and what's happened here this past week, I'm honored to have Senator the Honorable Lisa Cummins, the Minister of Tourism and Industrial Transport, International Transport, here with us. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's been a good week.
It's been a great week. We've had the opportunity to swear in our first government as a new republic, and we are hosting cricket here, one of the first events that we've had since the pandemic began. So very much it's a great week. It's been a great week.
And if we look forward, Honourable Minister, to what is to come in March in the Apex Test Series,
right.
how much is Barbados set up and looking forward to it?
Well, we're excited about that. Last November, we spent quite a bit of time in London meeting with many of the partners, the airline partners, the hotel partners were on the ground with us. We worked also with the Barmy Army. We met with them in London last year. And so we were very excited to see so many of them here. We've got about, we were expecting around between 5,000 to 7,000 of them here for this limited over series, but we're expecting even more of them to come down, as well as the other members of the British tour and the British teams. They're coming down to support their own, and we're happy to welcome them here into Barbados. Our hotels are ready, our restaurants are excited, our beaches are looking forward to having our water sports operators welcoming the tourists back again, and so we're very much looking forward to March. It's been a very difficult year, as you would imagine, all around, and so having cricket once more back in Barbados is a big deal for all of us.
Honourable Minister, thank you so much. It's been a hard task all around the world for everyone, and congratulations on another victory at the polls as well.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Barbados to all of our British visitors and our British viewers right now.
Been great having you here. Thank you very much. Senator the Honourable Lisa Cummins, Minister of Tourism and International Transport here in Barbados. We're very, very pleased to have had that visit to the commentary box and to be here in Barbados. Liam Livingston. Interesting position in the game. At least a couple for Nicholas Puran. Nicholas Puran has gone to 1,000 runs in T20 International, so he joins Chris Gale, Marlon Samuels, Lendell Simmons, Kieron Pollard, Evan Lewis, the internationally retired Dwayne Bravo. And so many years ahead of him that he'll be hoping is filled with excellence. A strike rate of 113 for King. Not hit it well enough, not hit it nearly well enough. And again, the leg spinner. The matchup of using the ball going away from the batsman.
How often have we seen this? He's trying another big shot and miscuing. He could only find Jordan in the deep. Brandon King goes for 34. West Indies 89 for 3.
Start for the West Indies was quite good, 59. Now Kieron Pollard at the crease.
This was the wicket of Brandon King. England spinners have really been on top of things.
That's it. Thank you.
They really need a innings from Kieron Pollard and Nicholas Puran within these middle overs. West Indies has quite struggled and previously
Right arm over.
within this period.
Slip in place. Moen on the attack. Pollard away.
Finish well, Pyman.
6 bowlers used so far.
And again.
Livingston being the pick of the bowling.
Wonder if Adil Rashid will then come back into the attack with Pollard at the crease. 91 for 3.
Well, you asked for him, Bish, and he's back. Adil Rashid.
Bold. One, Barry. William boy.
Yeah, it's a matchup that they look to. Rashid has already had Pollard once in the series and Puran once in the series, with Pollard coming in ahead of Rovman Powell, which is interesting. A number of interesting moves by the West Indies today.
Yes.
And we saw Shepherd come in early, possibly a pinch hitting position or pinch hitting role. And didn't quite get many, got some connections, but not as many as West Indies would have wanted.
Russia!
Yeah, I'm not sure I would have gone there with Shepherd at that stage after a good start. Suppose you could make an argument with someone who hits the ball well to continue what the openers have done, but I would have gone the way of Puran, who's shown the ability to be able to come in and to maintain a tempo.
And I agree with that, because his partnership in the previous game, I think the only issue was just not being able to strike the ball as much where boundaries were concerned, but he scored 22 of 16.
Hey, bold.
But what I liked about the innings with him and Rovman Powell is that there were boundary hitting from either end. So there was no pressure on Puran or one particular batter to score all the time. They were able to maneuver boundaries hitting on either end. So runs is scoring, so that momentum is there. And of course, the confidence to play their shots.
I wonder what has influenced the move to Captain Pollard to come ahead of Rovman Powell. Interesting to find out later on. For now, Pollard will hope it succeeds.
Hey, ball.
95 for 3. Power play was very good between Kyle Mears, especially, and Brandon King. But again, the middle overs proving to be a challenge against the spin.
A bit expensive in his first over, Chris Jordan, but he's back for his second.
No.
And the reason we're talking about the middle overs, last night, for example, only 28 runs were scored between overs 7 to 13. And 3 wickets were lost. They've scored a little bit more than that so far today. But again, they've lost the 3 wickets in this time. Spin and Jordan, who bowled an over in that time yesterday evening, was critical. He bowled over number 13 yesterday and is bowling number 13 again today.
And his variations were on point yesterday. Bowled his Yorker length deliveries, mixed them up with his cutters. Really proving to England that they did miss him for that game that he did not play in. He was not selected in. But again, it just shows opportunities. Grasp them once you have them. Just some discussions between skipper and vice skipper. Just 3 runs scored so far off this over. 4 balls, 2 balls to go. How do they score runs? How do they find a boundary? How do they get themselves out of this area that seems to be troubling them, West Indies?
It was a game. You mentioned Chris Jordan bowling well at the end of the innings last night. It was something of redemption for him because he'd been traveling a bit of late at that stage. Remember the World Cup semi-final? A lot of people in the UK talk about, for example. Just 4 off the over, 99 for 3.
Some starts from Brandon King and Kyle Mayers, but nobody has gone on just yet. Livingston to bowl.
Hey. I get it.
For me, if I look at Nicholas Puran's battle here with Livingston, will try to bowl a lot of off breaks. May occasionally bowl a leg break with a big side, leg side. But Puran has to remember that if it's outside off, don't try to drag it into the leg side. He can hit it inside out. Pressure building.
Yeah, he's been dismissed 3 times within this series.
Bold. Back
By
it up,
spin,
back it up.
Nicholas Pooran. But he's a good player of spin. So just a case of strength being weakness. And England working him out as well. Not giving him that space or that width to play the shots, especially through the offside, as you mentioned. And through that inside out, a shot that he plays very well. So he'll have to find, and we keep saying find a way. But it's happening, it's live here. You've got to work it out.
He must go leg spin to Pollard here. Surely he must go with the leg spinner. Does so. No way I can think of him bowling an off spinner to Pollard with the short boundary leg side. Well, he'd be a brave man, let's put it that way. Deep extra cover.
Aye, bold, Livy! Livy boy!
It's been 27 balls, 21 minutes since the last boundary has been scored.
Yes, Livy, yes, Livy. Bold, mate, high class, Livy.
And totally unlike
Awesome,
West
boy.
Indies.
Keep it up, Sony.
But at the end of 14, West Indies 103 for 3.
Some good news for cricket in the Caribbean. The first class season, which was curtailed early in 2020 when the pandemic began. Teams will again be competing for the Headley Weeks Trophy, named in honor of the West Indian legends George Headley and Sir Everton Weeks. Last 3 rounds of the championships will be in April and beginning in February. We'll have those rounds. So great for domestic cricket in the Caribbean, because a lot of people tend to forget players outside of the international setup haven't had a chance to fine-tune their skills, not only here, around 1 or 2 places around the globe as well, for almost 2 years.
I'm really finding it difficult to find boundaries. But this has been a good bowling display from Rashid Ali. Rashid Khan, Moeen Ali, and Liam Livingston.
He has his man. Adil Rashid has been superb all through this series.
Yeah, pitched up delivery. Nicholas Pooran trying to go high and hard. And pressure is on. Rashid gets his man. Nicholas Pooran goes for 21. West Indies 105 for 4.
In comes Rodman Powell, who's previously batted at 4 in the series. And Rashid has Puran for the second time.
They're trying to make room, Nicholas Puran. This one just a straighter delivery. Just and takes off the off-stump bail.
Rashid had Powell yesterday with a googly that went through the gap, slip in place.
Catch! Rush, boy!
Almost has him again.
Come on, boys, come on. Rush, take this one with you, eh? Why not here, Rush?
And try to work it on the leg side, but a bit uppish. It just doesn't carry to Rashid.
Oh my goodness, that was a tentative stroke if ever there was one, but it's the end of a brilliant spell from Rashid. 105 for 4.
West Indies have fallen into the same pit that they did here on Saturday. Got to say, I'm really confused, Kemar Roach. Look at the depth of that batting lineup. Akil Hussain coming in at number 10. O'Dean Smith, Fabian Allen, Jason Holder. Rodman Powell, who came in at 4 and made 100 on this same pitch, has now walked to the crease at number 6. How have West Indies got themselves into this hole? Why did they not just keep going? They've got the batting depth to keep going.
I'm just as confused as you, which I thought that was a plan, sending Shepherd at 3. I thought the intent was going to be there throughout the innings, but they've found themselves in a little bit of hole here.
Mahmood back into the attack. Had a rather rude awakening in his first over, giving away 19. Here are the 4 wickets to 4. And Rashid, wouldn't you believe it, the first man to strike. Jason Roy, Holder keeping his head. Phil Salt with the assist. Leg spin again, but this time Livingston got rid of Shepherd. He also got rid of King. And Adil Rashid, who's had a wonderful series, knocked over Puran. Adil Rashid finishes with 2 for 17. And he really has been a thorn in the side of this West Indies lineup.
He certainly has, Butch. He's been brilliant for his best mate, Moeen Ali. Adil Rashid, 2 for 17, 12 dot balls. Look at the 12 dot balls and the 10 dot balls of Moeen Ali. 9 of Liam Livingstone is why the West Indies are in this position. Good running.
A case of overthinking things for the West Indies. I mean, Shepherd coming out at 3. You've got Rodman Powell in the hutch. Jason Holder still sitting indoors at the moment.
I don't understand the Shepherd coming in and not Powell. But I think I've got to give a huge amount of credit to Moeen Ali's captaincy. Change of bowling, the way he's not let the West Indies batsmen settle. But a bit like that ball there from Saqib Mahmood, the bowler's execution in this game since the power play has been absolutely brilliant. The googly of, and that's what you want from Saqib Mahmood. That's the area he's good at. A little bit of punishment at the death on Wednesday night. But the googly, the leg spinner, has worked perfectly for Adil Rashid. The West Indies have dug themselves into a massive hole.
But I'll take all that on board, Steve. But I'll throw it at Kemar. that given all of those things, and England have been very good, Pollard and Perham literally came out and knocked it for 1 for 5 overs. There wasn't any attempt to try and put anything back on the England bowlers at all.
Yeah, and I thought that they were going to be quite positive, seeing that Pollard came out before Rovman. And I thought, this is a pitch that Rovman got the 100 on. I thought if you give Rovman Pollard a little bit more time. Oh,
good Lord. Oopsie. I think that's called overcooking the Yorker. Rovman Powell, there's nothing wrong with his eyes, that's for sure. And Saqib Mahmood will have to be very careful now.
Yeah, dangerous ball. He apologized. It's never intentional, I think. Just overcompensating for that Yorker. Not getting it fully right, and it comes up full. But luckily, Rovman missed it, or it missed him.
Oh, that's good. That's a really good comeback.
But yeah, going back, yeah, I'm surprised that Pollard came before Rovman in this innings. Obviously, Rovman, when he got his 100, he gave himself some time. He started against a spin. He ran singles. He maneuvered the strike well, and then he obviously exploded at the end. I had a fantastic knock, so a little puzzling, but let's see if it'll work out in the favor of the West Indies.
Drilled. But the men are back and straight. It'll be another single. So a really good comeback from Saqib Mahmood. Just the 8 runs from it. 16 gone, 113 for 4. Well, power play went very much the way the West Indies would have wanted it, but as it did yesterday, as soon as you came out of that power play and England went to almost exclusively spin, they managed to drag things back quite beautifully. The pitch is a decent one. There has been a little bit of turn, but nothing like we saw on Saturday. Reece Topley, who has been one of a few success stories for England on this trip, has 2 overs to go. He charged with closing it out from the Joel Garner end. The Petri dish. Oh, that sounded good. And it's gone a long, long way. This man is very, very strong. And the West Indies needed that. They've not had one since the 10th over.
Just sound good, Bishop. Oh, I've done it again. It looked good. My head's gone when it comes in that.
Oh, Butch and Bish is killing you, isn't it?
Oh, you are. I'm calling the wrong way around. The heat's done me. Heat's done me, Mark.
Oh, man.
You two big fast bowlers next to me. England really struggled in the first 3 games getting the Yorker in, but they seem to have remedied that in the last 2.
Yeah, they have, and something that England have not been good at. We talk about success stories, well, that's one there. Reece Topley, fantastic. The way he's been throughout this T20 campaign. But also the death bowling has been a lot better. And that's something that England have been 12th in the rankings. ICC rankings, 12 teams, and England have been the worst.
Well, he gets a good piece of that. Karen Pollard finds the boundary for the first time in 13 balls, would you believe?
Yeah, a welcome boundary there for Pollard. Got a good piece of that. And he has some big bats with a lot of rubbers. And he's a big guy, so once it gets very close to the middle of that bat, definitely going to race along the carpet. So good shot.
Pollard wants two. I don't think he's going to get him. Entirely sure what par score is on this surface now, given the way things have gone in this innings. I still think it's around about 170. Thoughts? Well, that's gone away for four. The Yorker went in from Topley. It was a good one, but it's ended up going to the boundary. We'll find out what Stephen Kemar think about a par score in the next one. 1-3-1 for four. $18 legitimate balls to go. Well, when you're hot, you're hot. Hit it before anywhere.
Back of the bat, that back of the bat. Trying to go down to short fine leg. He was inside the circle. And the question you asked a second ago, I still think it was a 181. I still think it's a 180-190 pitch.
Totally agree. I was saying 200 the way they started, and the powerful batting limb that West Indies has. 50 runs in the power play. Thought they were definitely on course for 190-200, but they found themselves in a hole, and now they got to dig themselves out of it.
Yeah, you've got a couple of very powerful men at the crease who've had a good sighter. England will still need to get their disciplines right at the end, get it underneath those big bats, away from those huge biceps and away from that small boundary.
And that's well bowled. Thought Chris Jordan last night was excellent at the death. He bowled a good over in the middle 24 hours ago, which would have given him a huge amount of confidence. And this again, see him bolt upright, close to that white line. This is the Chris Jordan of old. Talked about Chris Jordan's. That doesn't look good in the distance.
Not a fan of rainbows, Steve. It's it up there again. I mean, an interesting point you made before, Kemar, about just the resources that the West Indies have now. Say, for example, they get to 160 plus, but end up only 4 wickets down. They've not used the resources that they have in the lineup. They've made changes in order to strengthen their lower order hitting, but it doesn't look like they're going to use it.
Exactly. But you have guys like Fabian Alleyne and Jason Holder in the hut. You've got to be positive. You've got to be going hard.
Oh, he's nailed that. Absolutely nailed it flat over mid-wicket for 6. That's the power of the man.
And that's a great shot. See the rain just starting to fall. This is not a bad ball by Chris Jordan. Not far from that white line. Powell's give himself some room to get his hands free. Open up that leg side. Connection perfect.
And the ball a clean. Might have to give it a dry in a minute as well. Got winds picking up from the east. Fronds on the palm trees are getting a good airing. We might just get a shower or two. We won't lose any time. Plenty of time to... Oh, he's killed that as well. What a strike. So dangerous. West Indies, they might just get that grandstand finish thereafter.
Where has he been? Where has he been? Rovman Powell will be asking. 14.4 overs before he made his entrance. See, he's just crouching down, keep himself a little bit lower in his stance here, looking to get underneath the Yorker. Chris Jordan hasn't quite executed it as well there. Chance for Rovman Powell to open up the offside this time. After a struggle in the middle, last 11 balls have come 33 runs from the West Indies. This is more like what we want to see.
Well, excellent. Kept his nerve. Chris Jordan, he's furious with himself that he missed the block hole the previous 2 deliveries. 2 overs to go, 1-4-6 for 4. The last 2 overs have been much more like it for the West Indies. Remember, yesterday it was the 18th over, Jason Holder to Moeen Ali, that went for 28, that propelled England to 190 plus. Both of these teams will think and will know that it only takes 1 over and suddenly the game has changed. Oh, that's big. That is big. West Indies go past 150.
That's in the slot from Reece Topley. Probably the first time in this series that he hasn't quite got his length right. That is in the slot for a player like Kieran Pollard. Sounded beautifully off the middle of the West Indian captain's bat. What we talked about a little bit earlier. England are bottom of the full members ICC teams, 10.43 at the death. So far in this series, I think they haven't done too badly, apart from the Wednesday game, which went for 225. Every passage of the game went round the park, but I thought England have bowled not too badly at the death in the series so far. West Indies will be looking to exploit that 10 and a bit more, hoping to get somewhere close to 175.
Oh, excellent work from Sultan Roy again. West Indies scamper back for 2.
You've seen the power now of Rovman and Pollard at the crease. We'll let to say it earlier, but we're going to get it now.
Well, they look for 2 and they might get him here. Powell is very quick. And that was weighted perfectly. Good Yorker from Topley.
.50 partnership comes up for Pollard and Rovman. I must say that England has definitely improved their death bowling. They're landing your Yorkers now, and we all know how difficult that is to do. They'll let land some more.
Chose to go back of a length that time. Pollard clothed it. He had to go back and make sure he put his bat over the line, but still had plenty of time to come back for 2. A couple of powerful men. Miss you Yorker at your peril against these two. Afterburners have started to go on for the West Indies. Is it too late? We will find out. Two balls left in this spell for Reece Topley. So tall is Pollard that will not be a no ball for above waist height.
The England bowling full here at the death. Good Yorkers. Not being able to get underneath.
Oh, bowled it again. No margin for error there. He might have got away with that yesterday.
Yeah, possibly. I think Reece Topley's saying here. I think Reece Topley's saying, yeah, he moved across and then came back. But I think if Reece Topley sees that again, I think he realised that was a wide.
Well bowled, good finish. Good finish. The over has cost Reece Topley 14. He's gone none for 43 from his 4. 1 over to go. West Indies 160 for 4. Chris Jordan with the 20th. Oh, and that's been pumped down the ground. Miss the Yorker at your peril.
Don't want to do that, especially at the big guy. Straight in the slot. And that's been punished. Great shot. Big bat. CJ be kicking himself. He has been doing very well up to then, landing his knockers, but he want to finish the last 5 balls as best as he can.
3 back on the leg side, 2 back on the off. Better the margin for error when you decide at the end of the innings, when you decide that you're going almost exclusively for the Yorker. Especially guys of this size and power have to be so precise.
Agreed. As a bowler myself, you don't want to miss the Yorker and pull your length back and make it a half volley. It's sometimes better to go as a low full toss. It's still very hard for some batsmen to get under a low full toss, so it's better to err fuller than to err shorter.
Rodman Powell. Unbelievable bat speed.
Serious shot. Serious shot. CJ thought he beat him in terms of length, but Rodman been very low at the crease, and he got under that one, and he's been the purple patch this series. He seems not to do anything wrong. So
now, the beauty of all of this is that time will tell, won't it? We'll find out when England have their chance to chase this down as to whether or not West Indies were correct. taking the foot off the gas through the middle. And whether or not that potentially, what, 180, 185 maybe they might get to here. They'll be completely vindicated should they win the game in the series. Oh, that's a brilliant take from Billings.
Yeah. And this display by Rovman clearly shows you why we were concerned why he was kept back for so long. After that brilliant 100 on the same pitch, seems to me that he's been in good form, in good nick, striking the ball well. And I thought you will utilize him as much as you can in this innings.
Oh, Powell will get back. Have to go to the keeper's end. Just a few big strides for Pollard, and he's home as well. Well, now getting into the realms of 9 and over from the start for England. Anytime you have that sort of run chase on your hands, particularly on a ground where no one's chased more than 155, you feel that you're in the game as the batting team. All the matches post the first been won by the team defending. All of the captains winning the toss, bar today, have chosen to field first on winning the toss. And today, Kieran Pollard was very, very keen to put the runs on the board. And that's exactly what his team have done. Whether it's enough remains to be seen. Chris Jordan to Rovman Powell. Final ball of the innings. Powell is thinking short side and he's thinking maximum. Wide Yorker from Jordan. It's a really good delivery. It was the only place he had to go, really. And it meant that he had to execute it perfectly, and he pretty much did. Rovman Powell finishes 37 not out. Strike rate above 200. Kieran Pollard finishes 41 from 25 deliveries, 2 sixes and a 4 for him. And the West Indies have, in the end, made their way to 179 for 4.
Feels like a par total on this pitch, I'll say. I thought they could have got a little bit more in that 190 area. England will be very happy and think that they've done a pretty good job to restrict West Indies for 179.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. It was all fire and brimstone in the power play for the West Indies. And then much the same in the last 5 overs. England held the fort through the middle. Top score for the West Indian captain, Kieran Pollard, 41 from 25. Powell with the fireworks as well, 35 from 17. England's bowlers, well, Reece Topley had perhaps his least productive evening of the series so far. Saqib Mahmood was expensive again. Moeen Ali, Adil Rashid, Liam Livingstone, the spinners, causing West Indies no end of problems through the middle. And Chris Jordan's fingers as well, with none for 52 at the death. Okay, Ian Bishop, who do you have with you?
Adil Rashid, 2 for 17 today. How do you assess this performance?
I thought it was a pretty good performance. The ball, I think it's a good pitch, small ground. I thought, we'll probably be just about happy with 179. We got a strong batting line. Hopefully we can go out there and get the runs.
How do you as a bowler compensate for these extremes of boundary sizes?
Obviously, wherever you come, whichever conditions you have, you've got to adjust, you've got to be adaptable and play to the conditions. If it's a long side, short side, you've got to play the game and be clever. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't, but thankfully for myself, it went my way today.
In terms of the entire series now, sum up your own performance?
It's been okay. There's been times where you don't feel great, but you've got to find a way to adjust and come with plan Bs and plan Cs. But I think overall it's been okay. I'll say okay. I've been happy.
Just once again, 179. Confident?
Yeah, I'm confident. We've definitely got the batters. We've got a destructive lineup. If we stick to our game plan and be positive, I'm sure we'll come up the line.
Very well bowled. All the best.
Thank you.
That they've done enough in the first half to carry off the win and the series. England will need 180 runs to win in the run chase. Stick around and catch the thoughts of our experts here, and then, of course, the run chase. Don't go away.
Back here at Kensington Oval, the West Indies have completed their batting effort. They finished on 179 for 4. The Manhattan gives us an indication of how the innings panned out, with a decent start, well, more than that for the West Indies, and then a placid period in the middle where wickets tumbled again, and some high rises towards the end, pretty much as you'd expect. Some high rises here as well. We've got Steve Harmison, the former England fast bowler, and of course living in the bungalow is Kemar Roach, no less quick than Steve. Kemar, let's start with you. The power play for the West Indies between Mayers and King, your assessment?
Oh, very good start. I thought they were very positive. They went out there, obviously they expressed themselves as they asked, and obviously getting a 50-run partnership in the power play is amazing. It's a fantastic start for them. So I'm sure that they're happy with the start, and then obviously taking it on into the game. We discussed that more as we go along.
Steve, England's bowling in that period?
I just credit to the two West Indian batsmen. I thought they batted beautifully. I don't think England bowled too badly. I just thought the West Indies batsmen took the initiative and forced themselves onto the England bowlers. And I thought from there, that was when England started to come back into the game.
Yeah, just give me a deeper analysis into overs, let's say 7 to 15, because it's been an area where previously, Steve, the West Indies have struggled.
Yeah, well, this is a huge wicket for me. This is a huge wicket. Mine started beautifully. And although that was a big wicket for Adil Rashid, and then all of a sudden, I think the West Indies just showed Rashid in particular a bit too much respect. I think the game plan was there because Shepherd came out at number 3. Right, we're going to have a go at England and keep going and going and going. But then all of a sudden, Nicholas Pooran and King decided that they were going to try and knock him around, and then Pollard came in and knocked it around. And I think they just showed the England bowlers in that middle period probably what happened 24 hours ago, just a little bit too much respect, in my opinion.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of discussion around it, I suppose, depending on the results. Kima, the partnership at the back end now between Rovman Powell and the captain.
Yeah, a fantastic partnership. Obviously, that's what they wanted. Obviously, being stuck in a hole in the middle overs, I thought they were behind up to that stage, sorry. And then, obviously, Rodman showing that he's in fantastic nick, fantastic form, in a purple patch right now, striking the ball, amazing. And then the captain coming to the fort today, obviously with a decent 40. So I think 170, decent total. I think both teams are pretty happy with that total, though. England happy that they restricted West Indies for that total, and obviously West Indies runs on the board is runs on the board.
All right, Kemar Road says both teams are happy. Steve Hamilton, you agree or disagree?
I think with 15 overs to go, I think the West Indies are now happy. I think where they were with 15 gone in the game, I think they were out the game. I thought they were a long way from the game. So that partnership there still astounds me how Rothman Powell only comes in 14.4 into this fifth T20 international when less than 4 days ago we got 157 balls on this exact pitch. I think that's something the West Indies will have a look at. England, I think, will be over the moon. I think at the start, Moeen Ali's thinking anything under 185, 190 is definitely chaseable. From what we've seen on this surface, I think England will be very, very happy sitting in that dressing room.
Who do you think will be the key bowlers for the West Indies?
I think Fabian has a role to play. If you go over in the game last night, it's sort of the ball gripped a little bit more under the lights. So I think Fabian has a role to play. Also Akil. So I'm interested to see who they'll start with. Jason obviously has been having a fantastic series, the most wickets so far, and I think they're in for a good game here tonight. And I'm just excited to see how they'll go into the second half of the game.
I always think about 10 times before I keep asking in white ball cricket, how will England go about this approach? Because it really hasn't changed in the last few years. Your thoughts?
No, I think they'll just keep going. Jason Roy will come out and Tom Banton will come out and try and dominate the power play. And now England are very, very good chasers. When they've got a total on the board, they know the run rate, they know exactly what's in front of them. And England are very, very experienced. The likes of Moeen Ali and Liam Livingstone in that middle order will fancy themselves to set themselves up and then obviously go again if need to be, go through the gears. But for me, the big bowler in this is Jason Holder. For me, the tall bowler is something right at the very start we've seen with Reece Topley, get the ball in the right area with a new ball. It did bounce and did hold a little bit. So if Holder gets it in the right areas early and gets a ball to swing, he's got to try and make early roads. They've got to get Jason Roy early, in my opinion.
Fielding critical. Who comes out on top tonight?
West Indies.
England.
I did not expect anything different. Thank you very much, Kemar Roach. Thank you very much, Steve Harmison. The decider. This is big. This determines, of course, who gets their hands on that trophy. 180 needed by England. The West Indies need to defend in their 20 overs. We take a short break, and when we come back on the other side, live action.
Karen Pollard has runs on the board. The only time a side has won chasing was the very first match of the series back on Saturday the 22nd. England only managed 103 on that occasion. They will need to make 180 to win the match and the series. 171 was enough in the second game. England defended that. West Indies defended, not surprisingly, 224. England then defended 193. Will 179 be enough to keep the likes of Jason Roy, Tom Banton, Moeen Ali, Liam Livingstone at bay for the West Indies? West Indies very much in a rebuilding phase. Some of the legends of T20 cricket from this region have either retired or disappeared out of favour. So it's to an inexperienced lineup, not perhaps in terms of age, but certainly in terms of caps, that join Karen Pollard out there in the middle. For England, well, they have one or two players are looking to make a name for themselves to break into what is a very, very strong T20 lineup indeed. And all of that means that we have great excitement and anticipation here at Kensington Oval. West Indies are going to open with left arm spin to Jason Roy. Not the first time that we've seen that from international teams against the Surrey right-hander. Slip in place. Anticipation building. Beautiful hum around the Kensington Oval. And here we go. And there goes Jason Roy. Left arm spin, no bother.
Now you can hear some scam Nicholas Puran saying it's too easy. He clearly over pitching, missing his length there. Akil Hussain, an easy shot for Jason Roy.
Oh, that's four as well. Slashing square drive from Jason Roy. And they're on their feet already.
Yeah, they understand that it's restrictions. This is power play. More runs you get within this period is going to be good for England. Piercing the gap. Getting four more. 2 balls, 2 boundaries.
Slip goes back to reinforce the cover field, the offside. Crisply hit by Jason Roy. I saw him practicing with Marcus Trescothick before the game, perhaps expecting that left arm spin was going to be employed against him. So practicing keeping that face open and drilling the ball along the ground through the covers.
Yeah, that's it. He'll have to bowl a tighter line, Akil Hussain, just to restrict that arm space more or less for Jason Roy to free up.
Nicked it out. West Indies have struck. Jason Roy's going nowhere. He shakes his head, not because he can't believe the decision, he just cannot believe that the bottom edge has popped up, allowing Nicholas Puran to get round and take the catch.
Initially, it was a shout for LBW, but the awareness from Nicholas Puran is great. You can see there, bat on to pan, and a good catch, good awareness by Nicholas Puran. They know the importance of this wicket. Jason Roy has been destructive. He goes for 8. England 8 for 1.
James Vince has shown brief glimpses in the series. The 68 runs, average of 17. Batted at number 3 in all of the contests so far. It's an arm ball. Jason Roy has a massive chunk of it, bottom edge, and it just balloons up off the front pad. And didn't Nicholas Poorad enjoy that? Slip back in now. Misfield. O'Dean Smith, I think, his first touch of the game is not a good one. One overdone, 10 for 1. Well, the game swings back and forth. England had control of things through the middle. West Indies had control of things in their batting power play, and they certainly put England to the sword at the back end of the innings. First over's gone for 10. England have lost a wicket. Jason Holder, leading wicket taker in the series with the new ball. Banton will find the boundary with his first ball.
And at the start, Jason Holder would have wanted, just training his length and line, and easily guided and for 4 runs past the short, fine leg fielder, Sheldon Cottrell.
Banton with 73 in England's third match. Was in the Rodman Powell game. Interesting to see the length that Jason Holder decides to go at Vince and Banton. He's troubled both of them with a bounce above the stumps, above stump height. But career best for Banton during the course of this series. Just started to look a bit more at home in international cricket. Clipped it down there again, beats Cottrell again. O'Dean Smith is a little finer back there on the deep square leg fence.
Yeah, he'll have to look at that line he's bowling, Jason Holder. Just throwing a bit too much on the leg. And that leg side is the shorter boundary as well.
Oh, that's beautiful. It's gone all the way as well. A foot over the boundary. Doesn't make any difference whether it's 40 metres or 6 inches, you still get the same.
Yeah, that was beautifully driven. A full face. And of course, with the restrictions. 6 runs. That ought to boost his confidence.
So the run chases at Kensington Oval in T20 internationals are not much to speak of, really. Highest being that I think England posted 153 against West Indies in 2014. However, we've seen plenty of runs scored in the second innings of this series. It just hasn't been quite enough. England went past 200 in pursuit of 225. Well, that's going to go for 4 as well. It's streaky. The ball swung from Holder. Vince, with that flat-footed cover drive, has nicked one straight through second slip for 4, and England are off to a rollicking start. 27 for 1.
The last ball of the previous over. It's a big slash on the off, but with third man being up 4 runs. Cottrell to bowl.
Sheldon Cottrell was very effective in the first 3 games, found life a little bit more difficult in the 4th. Proper competitor, Sheldon Cottrell. Serious man.
And that was a serious ball as well. A southpaw, left arm seam, and of course he'll bowl his variations as well. It's a bit of a scramble seam.
Yeah, coming on to bowl the 3rd over, show that the plan was very specific. Akil Hussain to Jason Roy, and that's paid off for the West Indies. Good, excellent line, hard length from Sheldon Cottrell.
Jason Holder came out of that short mid-wicket position and went into slip, and just to give some more coverage for that area, that slip cordon.
Well, pressure just building a bit here on Banton. 4 dots on the bounce. Cottrell has got himself pace-wise up above 140 kilometres an hour in the last 3 deliveries. He's feeling it, steaming in. Something might give here, one way or the other. Banton. It gives, and it gives a boundary to England.
Yeah, just riding that short length delivery, getting on top of it. And of course, with that heavy offside feel, once it beats skipper Kyron Pollard in that mid-wicket position, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, Banton had 3 goes at trying to slash it through the offside. Decided leg side is a better way to go. And that fielder, Jason Holder, has come out from behind square on the offside and has now plugged the gap at mid-wicket. Short and wide. And oh, that's brilliant fielding. Excellent work. Odean Smith makes amends. 3 overs gone, 32 for 1. Well, there's a look at the Betway T20 International Series. Win one, lose one, all the way through. That carries on. The West Indies will take the silverware. Odean Smith involved in a bit of a media story, being left out of the West Indies side. I don't think there's anything doing with that. He's back in the team for this deciding game and has a chance here with the ball. Only bowled the one over in the series so far. It cost 24.
Yeah, he's a very pacey bowler, Odean Smith, with those broad shoulders.
Odean Smith can't quite believe it, because I think he was about to go up for a caught behind. Certainly sounded as though the ball made contact with something on the way past Tom Banton. It might have been inside edge of the bat. Pooran couldn't hang on. And England get a run. Oh, that's out of here. Landing on top of one of the temporary tents over there on the beach side. And Banton is starting to feel it himself.
Yeah, you can't miss your length on this pitch. 90 meters, that's a big hit. And of course, with the pace in which he bowls, easy pickings for Banton.
Yeah, people have made comparisons with the style of a certain Kevin Peterson in Tom Banton. Strength through the leg side is certainly equivalent. And there it is. It was a little nick. Was a little nick down the leg side. Not only shouldn't it have been a wide, but an opportunity gone to dismiss Banton. And as so often happens, bowlers will tell you this. Drop chance, boundary next ball.
He can't bowl that line. And Banton just hit him for 6 runs is there. He'll have to bowl more on the off if he's swinging the ball back into Banton.
A slight adjustment to that leg side fielder. Needs to go another 40 yards back. Short side there. Fine leg is going back as well. So the man on the offside sweep has come up inside the circle. Looks as though Smith is still going to be trying to attack those stumps. That's exactly what he does. That's pacey.
Yeah, pull back the length a bit, Odean Smith. But again, his pace. Let's have a look at that. Oh, yeah. Some good pace taken on the chest. Yeah, he has the pace, but he needs to work on the control.
That's exactly what Stacey Ann King's talking about. Top of off stump. Ball just drifting back in from the hand onto off stump rather than leg and down the leg side.
Oh yeah, beautiful. There's not much Banton could do with that delivery.
Oh, is that going to get over Holder? No. Second time he's been dismissed like that. Jason Holder got him previously, and this time it's Odean Smith having the last laugh. England have lost another.
Yeah, he started off wide, 6 wide, found his line eventually. And just short of a length, Banton trying to pull again. And Jason Holder, safe hands. Tom Banton goes for 16, England 40 for 2.
Moeen Ali lit up Kensington Oval with an all-round display in match 4. Tom Banton again on that ball above waist height, not quite getting himself inside the line enough so that he can use his leverage to get it into the leg side. It's gone down. Would you believe it? It seemed to spend an age in the air getting to Holder. It was a brute of a delivery. And somehow it's come out of those huge hands.
Yeah, and this is exactly the bowling plan that West Indies would have had in previous game and was successful with for Moeen Ali. And just bowling going across him, getting him to play at that delivery. Will they pay for this? Only time will tell.
Crunched out into the leg side, but not fully timed by Moeen Ali. Well, that's an all-action over. O.D. Smith is an all-action cricketer. 4 overs gone, 41 for 2. England up with the rate, as you would expect. It's a work event, surely.
I think that's one thing you can always expect from the supporters. Carnival-like atmosphere. Good cricket. You're in Barbados. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, always amazing colour and vibrancy here in the West Indies. The fans from the UK have thoroughly enjoyed their time here. And let's be honest, why wouldn't they? January in the UK can be a testing month, Stacey Ann. Wonder what the concessionary price is for Tigers at Kensington Oval. Slow ball bouncer. They come back. It's going to have to be quick, and they are. It was a late decision from James Vince to come back for the second. Rothman Powell rather dawdled at the ball from deep backward square. And the throw was wide as well. Definitely feeling the tension here at the moment. West Indies are giving it absolutely everything they've got here at England. And as you'd expect from England, they're just flinging punches back.
And it is the series decider. Runs on the board is runs on the board. Now how do England get themselves out of this? Will be the question. Comparisons. West Indies with 43 without loss, England 44 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, will it be that middle period? Will it be the middle period that wins or loses it for the West Indies? Oh, that's 4. That'll scorch some turf on the way to the cover boundary. Vintage Vince.
Yeah, he made some adjustment, just waited a bit longer. pierce that gap, that feel. Well played. But this is what England has done. They've shown learning from that first game, making 103 and losing. They've adjusted in each game that they've played so far. They've assessed the situation and went on. Moeen Ali is still there. He had a blinder of an innings last night. So that is going to be in the back of West Indies' mind as well. And still to bat Liam Livingstone, Sam Billings and Phil Salt, who also had a very good best performance here.
Vince finds the gap to third man. And a decent over for West Indies has turned into a good one for England. They go past 50. 5 overs done, 52 for 2.
Dane Smith to Moeen Ali with Holder still at slip. Ali was put down on naught by Jason Holder and Steve Hamilton. We talk a lot about matchups and analytics in this format. No one means to drop a catch, but around the world, people talk about your fastest bowler bowling aggressively at Moeen Ali because he's not exclusively a spin hitter, but much more comfortable against spin. There we go again.
Yeah, I think we're Moeen Ali with the short ball, where a lot of teams around the world have targeted Moeen Ali. I don't think it's a case of they feel as though he's scared of the short ball. I just think they think he's going to play at the short ball, and sometimes he's out of control. That there, he was more in control than what he was the first ball when Jason Holder dropped that catch. To catch at this level, you'd back an international slip fielder to take, somewhere Jason Holder does feel. But Odin Smith, he showed pace, quick, skiddier trajectory, very, very difficult. He rushes onto you as a batsman.
Big side of the ground, and they get back safely enough for 2.
Yeah, just rushing Banton. The first one was in the slot. That last ball was in the slot. But this one, he just got a bit quicker as, you know, the over progressed. And then this one, you see there, 142 kilometers an hour. Tom Banton's gone down the aggressive route. And I think when you go across the line to a bowler of the pace of Odin Smith, you've got to be so precise for your timing, because if not, he can just rush on you. Where James Vince, a little bit, I think James Vince will be happier because he stays more leg side and he hits the ball on the offside, comfortable.
Well, for me, it's beyond that. Odin Smith, for me, and people are tired of hearing my opinions. I should shut up, really. West Indies need a heavy length, aggressive fast bowler in the setup. All T20 teams need one. In the absence of O'Shane Thomas, who previously was that at times, this is where I saw Odin Smith. That quick bowler who could come in the middle overs. He's been given 2 tough overs here. He's not accustomed to bowling in the power play. Not in domestic cricket. And so really when I didn't see him bowling a lot against Ireland, I know that he's a work in progress. Listen, I know Odean is a work in progress, but what I was thinking to myself was, give him a few more overs against Ireland. Give him just more than a solitary over, or maybe bowl him in every game, so that eventually you build up his workload to where he gets experience. He's not going to improve if he's not bowling. Sorry, that was just my take. I apologize to viewers. 56 for 2.
The end of the power play comparison. West Indies 58 for none. England 56 for 2. West Indian captain is going to bring himself back on. Experienced T20 international campaigner is Kieran Pollard. Just go back to the previous over. The fourth ball of the previous over. Odean Smith to James Vince. Come to it in a second. It's a fantastic shot by James Vince. Loosener from Kieran Pollard. Width. Vince is not going to miss out on that.
Just quickly, the other option, and their only options that I would have looked at early in Vince's innings, was getting left arm spin against him. He's been dismissed 3 times in the series to left arm spin. 16 of 12 balls and 3 dismissals.
I just want to have a look at the previous over. An ultra edge on the ball that just stood up a little bit off Odean Smith. Pace, that's what this gives you. Just a little flick. James Vince's bat. Caught by Nicholas Poran. So Odean Smith can himself very, very unlucky not to get the wicket of the England number 3.
And 4.
And 4, definitely 4. But just to come back on the point of Odean Smith, I think if you haven't got a mystery spinner, if you haven't got a spin bowler that can turn the ball both ways, from 7 overs to 14, 15 overs, I think if you've got somebody with serious pace, who you can have third man fine leg, deep square, deep point out, and let the handbrake go and ask the batsman to hit quick deliveries, then I think because you haven't got a mystery spinner, I think you have to develop that a lot more. And I think that's what Odean Smith is. He's somebody, I think, if he could run up and bowl straight in and around sort of chest to helmet and say to the batsman, look, this skiddy trajectory, it's going to be a little bit of uneven bounce. You're going to have to hit a very, very good shot to hit square of the wicket with fielders in the deep. So that's something I think the West Indies can develop.
I'd agree with you. And West Indies are a team they're a work in progress, right? So let me preface that out there. They've got Hayden Walsh Jr. And that's someone I think they should be thinking, and I'm sure they are thinking of continuously developing. So they're seeing a little bit of Smith, who's bowled 2 really tough overs. There's Hayden Walsh Jr., who still has work to do. He's a work in progress as well. So I'm looking down the road and I'm seeing a lot of raw material to continue working with. 62 for 2. Another 118 required from 78 deliveries, so 13 overs. And Mario Shepherd into the attack. It's been a fabulous series so far in terms of entertainment between England and the West Indies, these Betway T20 internationals. But in March, we'll have 3 more games between these two teams. But test match cricket in the Apex Test Series starting in Antigua, back here in Barbados, and then on to Grenada. So across early March to late March, 3 highly anticipated test matches, with England having work to do in red ball cricket, so too the West Indies.
Good running there from England. Boundaries just dried up a little bit, so it's important to ensure they keep the scoreboard ticking over. Rotation of strike.
Moeen Ali's slowest start to a T20 international innings. First 10 balls. The lowest he had been previously was 5. He was 3 off 10.
See in the power play, Jason Roy got off to a good start, 2 fours off the first 2 balls, and then managed to get himself out. Lovely shot from James Vince. Tom Banton just got a little tickle on that before he picked that one up. Ball out the ground, but this time, splice of the bat. 1 catch, 1 drop. Story of what could have been, I think, for the West Indies in a power play. To keep going on that subject of Odean Smith, I think you'd look at why this England side's #1 in the world. They've got 2 very good spinners who are well respected around the world. One turns it both ways in Adil Rashid, and they've got, more often than not, when they're available, 2 fast bowlers, 2 really quick bowlers in Mark Wood and Jofra Archer. And with that combination, as well as the hard-hitting batsmen, that's why they've gotten to the best side in the world. So there's no question the West Indies, I think, have got the batting unit developing to get themselves in a position each series to challenge at getting big scores. But can they develop their bowling and how they not only have different dynamics of their bowling, but how they put them in a row from 1 over to 20?
Steve, I would say yes, they do. I think it'll take time, because Shepherd, Odean Smith are works in progress. Hayden Walsh is still a work in progress. Adil Rashid, Hayden Walsh for me needs to play some red ball cricket, some more first class cricket, to get his reps in order and understand. Adil Rashid has played test cricket and a lot of first class cricket. He didn't just arrive. And then there are a number of other seamers, Obed McCoy injured, and a number of others who can come back. So I think it's just a matter of time, but I think they have the resources.
And in the world, sometimes you don't have time. That's the problem. After 8 overs, England are 69 for 2.
Absolutely neck and neck at a similar stage of the innings between the two teams. Pollard's been very good in the series with the ball. He had a good knock today. Big side of the ground, so Fabian Allen. Yeah, I just want to go back to, I think there is time. I think there is time. It depends on what you're looking at time. If it's for the next World Cup, it's tight in October in Australia. If you look beyond that, there will be ample opportunity if you invest in these guys. Don't give up on them and put them in the right setup. I am really excited by the talent that we have out here. Love to see Fabian Allen play some first-class cricket too. He's been pigeonholed as a low-order hitter. He's better than that. He has 2 first-class hundreds.
I totally agree. I think when you look at everybody in the world now seems to want instant success. Sometimes you do have to take a step back to have 2 steps forward by just investing somebody having a bad day. Sometimes the best days you have are the bad days, not the good days, the bad days, because you learn from the bad days. You thrive off the good days, but you learn off the bad days and hopefully make yourself better. Great placement there from Moeen Ali. Excellent bit of fielding by Akeal Hosein and Sheldon Cottrell. Good cricket all round. Again, Kieran Pollard just rolls his fingers across the seam. Yeah, good fielding by Akeal Hosein. Ably backed up by Sheldon Cottrell. Not in your picture right now. Just to back him up and get the ball in. Save a run for the West Indies.
I'd really like to have seen an over from the left arm spin at Vince earlier in the innings. Now is a bit difficult because matchups with Moeen Ali at the crease, you can manipulate the left, right, depending on which end they face. But he has had Vince a couple of times. Fabian Allen has had Vince as well.
We've not seen Allen just as yet. He was saying bowled the very first over of England's reply, and that'll be wide. And I agree, the matchup is huge with Moeen Ali. I think the left arm spin to Moeen Ali might just get Moeen Ali started. It might just get him going. So I think Kieran Pollard will be reluctant to bowl the slower bowlers while Moeen Ali is going at the strike rate he's at, but he might have to at some point.
Skip up, ball. That's good.
78 for 2.
Go fish, we go, boys, let's go, boys!
Identical at this stage. 9 overs gone. Odean Smith back.
I like this move. I really do. I think Moeen Ali, what is he, 11 off 16 balls, trying to get himself going. Pearce into the attack. England need a good over. This was Moeen last night. A lot more rhythm, a lot more timing. That was a fantastic shot, straight down the ground. Pick up to the leg side, and that, for me, was one of the shots of the series so far. So Moeen Ali will be wanting to get back into that groove.
Gets away with it, but you could see the discomfort. And when you want, that's what Steve Hamilton's point is, you want a variety of bowlers in your lineup to exploit these sort of things.
That's exactly right. When you're going at a run rate, you want a run rate of 9, just over 9 and over. You're saying to your quick bowler, look, just give me pace. Bowl straight, give me pace, then your line, the margin for error of the line is a lot more. You've back of a length, or you can go that little bit fuller and basically say to the batsman, you're going to have to play a very, very good, well-timed shot. And he's been just pace. All this is just pace. It's brilliant to see. See him here, catching batsmen on the crease. Not much foot movement. Ranging from 142 to 149 kilometers an hour. Worth their weight in gold. Guys who have got pace. England have got Jofra Archer. England have got Mark Wood. It's a different game when they're playing.
It's a top-class shot.
That's a beautiful shot there by James Vince. First boundary since the 7th over. Not try and hit it too hard. Sometimes pace can work against you though. Not looking to hit it hard, keeping his shape. Positional, beautiful, full face of the bat. Nice shot there from James Vince.
I want to go back to that shot because I wouldn't be too hard on Odean Smith there at all for a couple of reasons. Vince backed away and invited him to go at the stumps, and Odean Smith actually saw it and thought I'd go Yorker at the stumps. So it was good thinking, just a better shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you bowl your best ball, and if the batsman's got your number, you have to say, right, can you do it again and again and again? That's the beauty about having pace.
There's some things being said over the last week about certain members of the coaching staff and Odean Smith. I rubbish it. I absolutely rubbish it. I just think the challenge was to trust Odean Smith's bowling. I don't think it's anyone not liking Odean Smith. Give me a break. He's enjoying his time in this team. But it's trusting his bowling while it's in the embryonic stages of development. He's got all the raw material, so you got to trust him. He'll develop. Star in the making, 86 for 2. And Blue Waters drinks break.
Banks dancers working up a thirst for the crowd here. Some hips move better than others. It's party night in Bridgetown. As Kemar Roach tells me, every night is party night in Bridgetown.
There's always something going on in Barbados. But the party is right here, right now, at the Kensington Oval. And England are on a quest to get this series victory. Required run rate 9.4, and an original run rate is 9. So they're maintaining that run rate.
Yeah, it's absolutely neck and neck. If you hold any store in the comparative scores, 10 overs, West Indies 86 for 2, England 86 for 2. Critical of West Indies and their approach to things out of the power play. England haven't found it any easier, in truth. Done it in a different way. It's been the pace of Odean Smith, it's been the height and cutters of Kieran Pollard. West Indies have been reticent to bowl spin at Moeen Ali. And the pace that they have bowled at him has meant that he's got 14 from just 18 deliveries. Game on. Bottom of the bat and gone. Well, you're a hero one night, the next you just cannot get it going. And Mo could not find his mojo.
Right after the drinks break, definitely not what England wanted. Slow ball into the pitch. And a good catch at cover by Kyle Mears. Jason, after his first over going for 17, back into attack, he gets a wicket. Moeen Ali going for 14. England 86 for 3.
Liam Livingstone might just be the man for this sort of situation. Strike rate of just under 160. And he's out there because of this from Moeen Ali. It came right off the toe of the bat. Held on to by Carl Mayers. And in a funny way, that might be a better thing for England, that he's back in the hutch. Mo just could not get the ball away. Things were stalling whilst he was there. Now West Indies have a different problem.
Jason has been the highest wicket taker in the series so far, and you can see why. He just has that knack of getting that wicket when needed. Whether it be Adam Paul playing the top, in the middle, or in the back end. He'd be a big, big part if West Indies are supposed to bring this home tonight.
So many different ways to skin a cat in the game of cricket. For England, it was all about spin. In the West Indies, they've just gone to their big, tall, heavy bowlers. Good variation from Holder. Vince is going nicely. 43 from 26 for him. Calls 2 immediately. Really good pace from Fabian Allen. Came screeching in off the boundary to quash any chance of a second.
Yeah, speed there from Fabian. But the plan is clear. Jason's come from the Joel Gardner end to bowl the ball into the pitch and force the English batsman to hit the ball to the big side. There's a breeze going with the ball, but they don't mind. It's the bigger side of the ground.
Well, if they were hoping for a nice breezy evening, they're getting it in terms of the weather, but it's certainly not breezy. It's tense out there right now. Top edge, and that'll go away for 4. Some of that tension is relieved. 11 gone, 94 for 3. Once again, Kieran Pollard rings the changes. Final ball of Jason Holder's previous over. And changes of pace, hard length into the pitch. It's been the way that West Indies quick bowlers have gone. They've now gone to Akil Hussain, who bowled the opening over of the innings. There's a plan to go at Jason Roy.
Excellent, excellent.
We're into the last half of this final T20 here at the Oval. And both teams are looking for a hero. West Indies would love someone to come here and get 2 quick wickets. And England would love a good partnership to help them to bring this one home.
In the air and gone. Spin does the trick. Hussain with a celebration that'll need an explanation for the Englishman. Well, the West Indies fans are up and about now.
I'm talking about a hero, and Akil has put his hand up into the pitch. Really trying to rip that one. Pulled away a little bit too much there. Caught up point and celebration again. Seems to be mimicking an old guy. But Livingston goes for 6. England 95 for 4.
Captain of Kent joins the captain of Hampshire, Sam Billings. And he's there because Liam Livingstone rather tried to overhit that cut shot and could only plonk it into the hands of Odean Smith at backward point. Big wicket, big moment.
I think West Indies just tilted the scale a little bit more to their favor for that wicket. We all know how dangerous Livingston can be. But still to come, they have Salt and CJ, who has contributed so far in the series. So the game is still on.
Yo! Nice, good. Then cut the ball behind.
He hit that hard. Oh, ferociously hard. 50 for James Vince, his second in T20 internationals. England go past 100.
Smash that to the right of Jason Holder, right in front of the scoreboard. He hit that hard. One bounce to the boundary, crash into the boundary board.
He's found the gap again. Oh, that's a great way to finish the over. Started off with a bang from Akil Hussain, the wicket of Liam Livingstone, and finished with double boundaries for James Vince, 106 for 4. The scales just keep tilting one way then the next. Little uplift in the scoring rate for England. Puts them slightly ahead. James Vince finished that over with a couple of crunching strokes, one through the leg side, one through the off. There's a slight hesitation. I think Powell and Pollard both looked at each other. And that split second was all it took to cause the misfield. Double left arm spin then. 23 wickets, economy of 7, just under 7.5. Interesting, England's scoring rate tends to go upwards against spin. Billings plays it pretty well.
No. Excellent work, fabulous. Excellent work, fabulous.
Watch Sam Billings play. It might have been his first ever IPL game for Chennai Super Kings on a raging Turner in Kolkata, made 50. Always stood out in my mind. Done a lot of carrying drinks since then, whether it be in the IPL or for England around the world, but he's getting more of an opportunity now. His Test match debut in the final series of the fateful Ashes. Nicked, gets a bit of luck. Good work from Shepherd.
I was a huge fan of Sam Billings. I think he has a big part to play in England cricket in the future. But he has to do best to get a job done tonight. It's going to be important that he and Vince gets a good partnership here to help England get closer to these runs. They're maintaining the run rate of 9, so I'm sure that they're on course once they bat well and take this one deep into the innings.
Vince forced to check his shot. Good from Fabian Allen. Can he get out of the over? Really good finish. Excellent from Fabian Allen. 5 runs from the over. 111 for 4.
A decent bowling from the West Indies so far. Aki Hussain with the 2 wickets. Jason has been getting that knack of getting a wicket in all the games he's played. Highest wicket taken in the series. And then Odin with that extra pace tonight. Definitely got a 1 wicket.
Yeah, Jason Holder picked up the wicket of Moeen Ali. Ian Bishop reminded me. Dropped him on naught, didn't he? More than happy to have come back and knocked over the England captain. Short and wide, but straight at extra cover.
Yeah, Vince definitely missed out there. I think he beat the guy to the left or the right. He'd have probably got a boundary. Pretty quick outfield. But let's see if he plays this one.
Goes for the short side, doesn't get all of it. Fabian Allen just bowled a brilliant over that only gave away 5 runs. The pressure built. And now he's taken the catch that sends back James Vince.
I thought he forced that one. I don't think it was quite there. Had to reach for it. Got high on the bat, top edge. And you don't want to hit the ball in there, Fabian Allen. Akil Hussain strikes again. He picks up his 3rd. James Vince goes to 55. England 112 for 5.
Phil Salt, 57 runs in his career. They all came in game 3. Made a duck yesterday, and he's out there because James Vince just simply couldn't resist the short boundary off the left arm spin of Akil Hussain. It's the 4th time left arm spinners have dismissed him in this series, and that's another big blow for the West Indies.
Yes, definitely what the West Indies wanted. The guy was in, James Vince. And Akila's proven to be the hero tonight with the ball. Putting the West Indies in a very, very good position to bring this one home.
Yeah, career best figures so far for him, 3 for 24. I have to get an explanation on some of the celebrations from him later.
Quality, buddy.
Yeah, Phil Salt would customarily be at the top of the order, playing T20 cricket for Sussex. Lancashire this year makes the move up to Old Trafford. Big test this for him now. Well, heart would have been in his mouth there, as it was in the supporters from the UK in the ground. 114 for 5 from 14.
Left arm round. Come, Fabi, your stage, Fabi. Your stage, fabulous. Go, Fabi, go. Back on that back, go there.
Speed of Fabian, cutting that one off, stopping the second. He's not usually used so late in the innings, but he's doing a pretty good job here, Fabian Allen, coming back into the side. I think his bowling will be very important tonight.
Come off.
Well, one thing's for sure, Kieran Pollard is having an excellent night as captain. He's juggled his resources really well. He's figured that conditions now, the ball a little older, and the pitch a little scratchy. The spinners are very much in the game, even at this late stage. Oh, that's a fraction away from the off stump.
I think Fabian has a fantastic change of pace. He pushes one through, then he tries to spin one, and he's been deceptive to the batsman.
One.
Rate approaching 12 now.
Come off, Kingy.
Should get 2 this time. Still, it's another excellent over, even if the last ball goes for a boundary 4. Just 5 runs from it. Fabian Allen, Akil Hussain are really building up the pressure, ramping up the pressure. We've had a third umpire call for no ball, free hit. Didn't need that.
Most definitely not. After we just talked about building up the pressure, a free hit now at this stage can definitely release some pressure. Fabian will not have liked that. I don't believe that spinner should be bowling the balls. But mistake was made. Now he has to correct it with another good ball.
I'm switching over. What is this? Front foot? Over.
Hold on a second.
I know Fabio ball left. Don't forget. One ball left.
Well, confusion abounds, but that's the end of the 15th. 119 for 5.
Final over for Akil Hussain. Got another one. Absolutely superb from this left-arm spinner. He has had a brilliant 12 months in international cricket, and it continues.
Yeah, he's been having a time of his life, Akil Hussain. 4th wicket. Stripping down to him. and missing completely. Nicholas Puran will not miss out on that. Phil Salt goes for 3. England 119 for 6.
You're England, you know that Chris Jordan has played a couple of lovely knocks in the series. But I just want Steve Harmison and Stacey Ann King to talk about a couple of things. Best figures for Akeal Hussain in T20 cricket, but matchups. Left arm spin, I talked about it against James Vince. He only faced it after he got to 44. Liam Livingston, ball going away from him. Phil Salt, all around the world, they talk about taking the ball away from him.
There's no doubt that Akeal Hussain has bowled very, very well. Needs most for Phil Salt. He's got to go for the big shot. Fortunately, you can see there, lost his balance, lost hand off the bat.
Yeah, Hussain just really enjoying his bowling. We saw some celebrations as well. But he's having a very good performance tonight. And 3 balls to go for 26.
Circle up there. Brandon.
Billings can play, we know that. Let's look at those wickets that we were discussing up here. Yeah. Just over. You needed Jason Holder, the step ladder there, or Kyron Pollard. Unfortunately, it's vertically challenged O'Dane Smith.
You wanted the opposite way around. Shepherd's the other fielder behind square. Mario Shepherd's in that position. Might have got a fingertip to it. Again, we're just seeing there, ball just sat in the pitch, bounced beautifully from Akeal Hussain. 4 for 28 off 3.5 overs.
Choose the core. And they get it comfortably in the end. At the end of 16, 124 for 6.
Yeah, there'll be reasons why they took so long, but these are the Livingston wicket, and then James Vince trying to drag it to the short boundary from outside the off stump. So they got their guys bowling from the right ends and then spin. He is superb. Shown great composure against Ireland. McBride roughed him up a little bit early in the series. He got a couple of thumpings, but he's showing his mental strength by coming back this well, Akeal Hussain.
No doubt, he's bowled fantastically well in this game and in this series. You mentioned matchups though. Just wonder if they held him back because Moeen Ali was at the crease. West Indies had bowled beautifully at Moeen Ali. And I think because of the pace was bowling well at Moeen Ali, and you'd seen what happened Moeen Ali last night when he got away and how destructive he can be. I think Kieran Pollard didn't want that to happen. He didn't want potential Hussain or Allen bowling at Ali, getting away, then all of a sudden that's Moeen Ali into gear.
No, I mentioned that. I mentioned once Moeen Ali came to the crease, they would have been reluctant. I just thought they would have snuck in and over at him early before Moeen came, even though Moeen came in, over number 4 or 5, just the one over at him. But once Moeen came there, it complicated the issue. Yeah, we talked about that before.
Yeah, and just to add to that, Moeen Ali has been dismissed twice by Pollard in the series so far and twice by Holder. So again, Pollard's decision to keep himself on and bring back Jason Holder, even though he was put down in slip, was on duck. Jason Holder came back and got his wicket.
Keep your eyes there, Faris. Stay tuned. Come on. Still on a rocket. Keep going, Fabi.
Who's he signal to there? Who's he signal to there? In the gap and 4 welcome runs. 49 required.
This is a fantastic shot by Sam Billings. He's just gone across his crease, looking for the gap between the West Indian captain and the deep mid-wicket. And he's executed it perfectly. Didn't try and hit it too hard. He knew where the gap was.
And that leg side boundary is packed. That was the first boundary of 5 overs so far.
I wonder if Pollard has signaled to Shepherd or O'Dane Smith, as we saw, because Hussain is finished. 132 for 6.
This is where we are at present. West Indies making 179, England 132 for 6, needing 48 of 18 balls. O'Dane Smith is back at pace. He's bowled 3 overs so far, just 1 wicket, but his pace has been brilliant tonight.
I don't know how he will go in this over, but come back to that because this guy has gone very well.
Yeah, as you look at the Hawkeye of the areas that he's bowled to England tonight, and the lengths have been perfect. Lengths have been perfect. See the wickets just outside that off stump there. Means the batsmen are reaching the ball, sitting in the pitch.
Yeah, he will go for some big ones, O'Dane Smith, if he misses his length, as he did earlier on.
It's picked up nicely here by Sam Billings. Pearce on the ball. Leg side half volley. Free hit really to somebody as good as Sam Billings. Quick hands as Sam Billings. Doesn't have to work too hard. Uses the Pearce and just picks it up.
I was going to come to the fact that he's been given tough overs tonight. I think, well, they have to hope it works out, but these are tough overs, perhaps too tough for O'Dane Smith coming back into the team. He bowled in the power play, now he's bowling at the culmination of the innings, with Holder having 2 overs and Cottrell having a couple remaining, so this is a big punt.
It is, but it's also, for me, a good one from Pollard to see what his bowler is made of. Asking him to stand up and be countered. This is the big over from England. This over has to go for England to stand any chance of winning the game. Pearce on the ball.
Willie Lude, Mears. Yeah, they'll go after him. For however much pace he's got, they'll go after him. And now it'll be another question about his composure.
Makes a good contest. It really does. It makes a good contest when pace is in the game. Yes, England need to score. This has got to be a big over for England to stand any chance of winning the game. And I think that's why it's a good over for Smith to bowl. It really is. See what the guy's made of. Talking about his education and his development. Well, if he comes through this, it'll do wonders for his confidence moving forward.
Very good. Look at his skill set, see how it develops. Well, I say it's a big thing, because you could say in a must-win match that you could just have spoon-fed him. Leave the critical overs to be bowled by guys who've been there all along. So you're right. If he wins the battle, he'll grow. But the opposite is also a tough lesson. Six of them.
Six much-needed runs for England. A good connection by Billings. A good effort in the end by Fabian Allen. But this on-the-job training for Odean Smith is really a challenge for him tonight. Did get a hand to it and was airborne. Just couldn't get to flick it back in. Good effort. Good athletics.
I also think it's the message the team sends out to Odean Smith as well. We backed you here. You know, we put you in a tight situation. We want to see what you're made of. If it doesn't go right, it's the message they give off the back of that. If it does go right, well, it's another tick in a box of his education moving forward. So it's a message that the team wants to give to the inexperienced bowler, and hoping that whichever way the situation goes, it works for him.
I would say give him that message early in the series, not in a must-win game. No messages needed here. 1-5-2 for 6.
Comparisons after 18 overs. The West Indies were 146 for 4. England 152 for 6. Another 28 needed off 12 balls. Sheldon Cutwell returns for his third.
Billings going beautifully. 36 from 21, short fine leg. Short third man in play.
Yeah, they won't mind these West Indies. Just a single off the first ball from Sheldon Cutwell. Good feeling by Mears. There's some concerned faces just all around Moeen Ali, Livingston. But it all comes down to this man, Jordan and Billings, this partnership, if they can take it over the line.
Physio's on for Kyle Myers, I think. Just went down to pick that ball up. Drive off Sam Billings. just stretched and he's a hamstring.
Yeah, this has been Sam Billings, 37, not out so far, but he's really played some good shots. Can he take England over the line tonight? We'll know in a few minutes, in a few overs.
Good decision from Chris Jordan to turn the single down. Excellent bit of fielding out there in the deep. Good start from Sheldon Cottrell.
Yeah, the call was 2, but Fabian Allen covered. He got around really quickly because that's the big side of the boundary, and a good throw to Nicholas Pooran. Good awareness. But really interesting because a review is taken.
Copy, Gregory. Review for LBW, fair delivery. TV umpire to director. I have a review for LBW. The original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. I've checked the front foot already. Could you move on to front on spin vision, please? Seems to be very close today. But could you assist me with ultra edge, please? Flat line, flat line, flat line as the ball passes the bat is a flat line. I'm satisfied, no bat was involved. Could you move into ball tracking? Just waiting on ball tracking, gentlemen. Ball tracking building. Okay, still waiting on ball tracking, gentlemen. Just waiting, just waiting. Ball tracking coming up. Impact outside. I'm satisfied. Could you go back to Greg on field, please? Greg, you'll keep your original decision. You're on field. Signal now, please.
So far, Billings had tried to get over to the offside and get it through the leg side. So far, Cottrell has gone looking for Yorkers. Huge delivery this, I feel. That'll be a free hit. A Yorker gone wrong. Free hit.
Seen one from Saqib Mahmood in the first half. No bowler. Means the bowler is going for the full ball, going for the Yorker. Splice to the bat. Sam Curran.
How many can you leave Jason Holder to defend in the last over? Free hit coming up. Billings taps the ground in disgust. So, Mr. Hammerson, I'm going to take you on as my eye-to-eye contemporary Last time we talked, let me leave it to the next over.
I think I might know where you're going.
Big ball, he wants to close out the over. Billings wants a boundary. Good over from Sheldon Cottrell, just 8 off it, 160 for 6. And Jason Holder, it was just that Steve Hamilton and I were discussing previously how I felt that Cottrell needed to develop his Yorker. Harmy went hard length, but he's gone Yorker tonight.
He has gone Yorker tonight, and he's executed it. No matter what plan you go to, you've got to execute it well. And I think it always works best when you execute your first ball. When you execute your first ball best. Full start there from Jason Holder. Sam Billings making the drama a little bit more tense. Sponsors board just in the getting in the way.
So what does Holder go? Does he go into the pitch? He's gone slow ball into the pitch a lot, or does he go Yorker or mixed here?
Well, I hope he goes Yorker, because I don't think he bowls them as well as into the pitch.
That blue and red eye patch needs to come off Harmison.
I'm just going off the back of what we said a bit earlier about Cottrell, but it's the execution, the confidence you get from executing the first ball, your skill set right from the very, very first ball. Umpire's just having a look at the front line. The last thing we want is, oh, we've got a no ball. This is the last thing we want, the thing the West Indies want. There we go, the umpire signals a free hit. Adds to the drama.
And just having a look at it now, yeah. Nothing behind that white line. And he'll have to bowl that over. And it takes the tally down to 18 runs England are requiring.
Brilliant. Fantastic from Jason Holder. Talked in the last game about wides and the inconsistency of that is excellent bowling. Great execution of the full wide delivery.
Yeah, just trying to force Chris Jordan to play into the offside, which is the bigger side of the field.
Just short of the boundary. Jason Holder. Experience at a critical time.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed, Chris Jordan, but this is good from Jason Holder. Good comeback so far. Just rolling his fingers across this one. Chris Jordan trying to take on that short boundary, but could only hold out to that man at mid-wicket. The substitute fielder. Jordan goes for 7. England 162 for 7.
What is important for England is that the batsman crossed while the catch was taken by Walsh Jr., the substitute. Billings on strike. Need a 6. High, Walsh Jr., Walsh Jr., Walsh Jr. again. The bowler of the series, perhaps the player of the series, Jason Holder.
Look at the celebrations. The wicket before, no celebrations because Jason Holder knew the job wasn't done. Fantastic delivery from Jason Holder. An excellent catch. This has gone a long way in the air. Not quite in the Yorker, but because Billings has had to fetch it from outside off stump. It's gone way up in the sky. 12th man's come on for the best part of an over, and took two fantastic catches. Sam Billings goes for 41. England 162 for 8.
Yeah, looking, Stacey-Ann, as you said, mostly to go full and wide into the big side, asking them so they have to drag it. Rashid on strike. Could it be a hat-trick? It is a hat-trick, surely. O'Dane Smith takes it. A hat-trick for Jason Holder. First West Indian to take one in T20 internationals. Kensington Oval goes crazy for the West Indians anyway.
Yeah, what better place to do it, Jason Holder, at home, in front of your home crowd. Gosh, is he having a good tournament. Yeah, that should be the match. Yeah, this was the hat-trick. The first one, Chris Jordan holds out. And second one, another big heave because England needs boundaries. Safe hands of Fabian. And O'Dane Smith taking that third and important hat-trick catch. And Jason Holder, what a night he's having.
Curtis Camphor got 4 wickets in 4 balls against the Netherlands in the T20 World Cup. Jason, are you able? That hit something. That hit the stumps. That hit the stumps. It's bowled him. So 4 in 4. 4 and they now realize. The West Indies have only just realized. 4 in 4. Curtis Camphor, eat your heart out. Redemption for the West Indies. Pollard and Holder is the man for all seasons.
Yeah, it's all happening here. It's all happening in this over. It's all happening at Kensington Oval. And Jason Holder, you beauty.
Full, straight, inside edge off Mahmood's bat, onto the stumps. Jason Holder turns around thinking, oh no, these Chinese caught me for 4. Thinks he's won the match. He doesn't understand there now that he has not only won the match, but he's got 4 and 4. Fantastic by the West Indies. Brilliant by the big man, Jason Holder. And they've been an absolute credit, not only to themselves, the island. West Indies have played some wonderful cricket in this series, and they have deserved to win the series 3-2.
A lot of people, there's been a lot of criticism within the Caribbean of Pollard and Simmons and everything they've done. This will taste so sweet for them. If you criticize them when you feel they've done something wrong, give them praise when they've done it right. Every player deserves that.
Yeah, I totally agree on with everything that was happening just recently as well. And just after winning that game, and then a lot of social media issues with O'Dane Smith and skipper Kieron Pollard. Now, this is what West Indies cricket is about. You've got to give the men a chance to do what they can do best.
Well, here's the last over. Jason Holder's going full. Bowling to the big boundary, just overstepped in that first ball. He'll have been disappointed. And this is where the fun started. Low, full toss for Chris Jordan. Just cramped Chris Jordan a touch. This time he goes a bit wider to Sam Billings. Sam Billings gets just underneath it, tries to hit a bit too hard. Goes what he's accustomed to, harder into length. He can pierce off the ball. And Adil Rashid up into the air. First man to take a hat-trick and then 4 and 4. Thinks he's won the game. And then the celebration goes. Sees the stumps going. Pooran runs towards the former West Indian captain. Akil Hussain jumps on top, who's bowled fantastically well. Both sides deserve a lot of credit for what they've put on in this last week. It's been a great advert for T20 cricket and international T20 cricket. And I think it's about right that the West Indies come out on top. I think they've just shared it in this series. It's been a close one. And I think the guys in maroon deserve every credit. They've been magnificent.
Yeah, it has been a seesaw of a tournament, of a series so far. Win the first one, West Indies, England. Come back and win the second. Third one, England. It's really been interesting. But it's good to see that West Indies have actually got some things or some areas correct to come on and seal this victory and the series.
Yeah, I think it's about trust now. Exactly what Ian Bishop said not long ago, talking about some of the criticism that this group has had and the coaching staff and the captain. But I think it's now about trusting Kieran Pollard, trusting Phil Simmons, throwing the ball to Odean Smith in the 17th over, asking him to bowl 2 power play overs, putting a lot of pressure on the young man because he will get better, because he's on the winning side. If he's on the losing side, it's different, but when you're on the winning side, no matter how many runs you go for, the experience you get from it is so invaluable. And that there, oh, wow, what a picture it is for West Indian fans.
Yes, they make a lap just to join the crowds as well and thank them for coming out. We've really had some tough times with cricket, international cricket and crowds. And this atmosphere, this carnival-like atmosphere, just being able to see crowds and have them there and that support, it really could have gotten them over the line as well.
It's amazing, it's amazing. We've had 5 T20 internationals so far, and you'd say 90% of the people that have been in the Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados, have been English fans. We've had a lot of England supporters, and it just seems in the last 20 minutes that a lot of West Indies fans have come alive because of that man there. I think it's brilliant when you see the West Indian crowd celebrate like this, and boy, do they deserve celebrating, because this has been a great climax to what has been a fantastic series.
Yeah, most definitely. They're going to have these celebrations all into tonight. This is well done from West Indies. The crowds are absolutely loving it. As you mentioned, not very many locals, but they all come out in their numbers to support good cricket.
Wow, where do you start? England, James Vince, 50 off, 35 balls. He batted beautifully. Hussain brought into the piece that little bit later on, because I think Kieran Pollard was worried about getting Moeen Ali started, who got into a little bit of a rut. 14 off, 19 balls. Sam Billings just couldn't quite get England into a position to hit that last over. 41 off, 28. A valiant effort by England, 162 off the 19.5 overs.
Yeah, West Indies bowling and 7 bowlers used. Jason Holder really standing out tonight with his 5 for 27. Akil Hussain as well really pegged things back as a spinner in this team. 4 for 30. And Odean Smith, tough night for him tonight, but experience.
West Indies win the 5th and deciding T20 by 17 runs. Not enough from James Vincent. half century. And this is how the series ended up. First one to the West Indies by 9 wickets. Second one, England by 1 run. The West Indies come back in the midweek game on a belter. Win by 20 runs. England win the 4th. Going into the decider, and what an epic we've had. 3-2 to the West Indies. And the party's starting.
Yeah, they're going to carry this into the night. Fans are going to be celebrating with them. I'm sure you at home are also celebrating. I know a number of persons always get really tense and probably have to take a couple, I won't say painkillers, but I'll say relaxers, muscle relaxers. But guys were able to cross the finish line and take the series 3-2.
It's been a celebration for cricket in general, no matter what team you support. I think we've seen some wonderful cricket over the course of this last week on different surfaces, played in different ways. We've made mention about how the West Indies have performed. I think this inexperienced West Indies side have grown and come with the age.
Yeah, a number of players got opportunities at different times. Kyle Mayer's coming back into the team. Robman Powell as well coming back into the team. And at least they were able to show what they were. Dean Smith as well, only played in first game, but come back here and able to bowl in the depth in some challenging conditions.
Yeah, there's Jason Holder with Sir Garfield Sobers. What a picture that is. I'm sure they've had the picture taken together many times before, but I'm not sure Jason Holder's had it after 4 wickets in consecutive balls. What an ending to this pulsating series we've had by the man from Barbados. Big hug from the captain.
Yeah, and if you missed it, and for whatever reason you're not joining us, and this was the last over from Jason Holder. No ball, first ball, had to bowl it over, but maintain that outside off stump line. Chris Jordan tried to take him on, but could only find Hayden Walsh Jr. in the deep. And again, trying to take him on because runs are needed. Hayden Walsh Jr. again. And that hat-trick for Jason Holder. Dean Smith, safe hands once again. And this was more or less the wrap-up of it all. 4 in 4. And Jason Holder had a wonderful innings here.
Big smile from Jason Holder. Realisation there. The man giving him a hug. Heel Hussain had a fantastic day as well. I think he set the game up for the West Indies. I think Kieran Pollard just held him back a touch. Remember, he bowled, this was in the first over, that was in the first over. I think the matchup, he held it up because of Moeen Ali being at the crease. A little celebration there, not sure who he was having a dig at. When you bowl like this, you can have a dig at anybody you want. He bowled beautifully, held it back there. Phil Salt, well, he's got to go for it. 4 fantastic wickets from 4 fantastic overs. Mark Butcher down with a presentation.
Yes, welcome to the end of series presentation of the Betway T20 series versus West Indies versus England in 2022. We'd like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made all this possible. Betway, the title sponsor, CG Insurance, MasterCard, Blue Waters, Banks Beer, Barbados Tourism Management Incorporated. First and foremost, Moeen Ali, you're here already. I'd like to talk to the England captain. It wasn't to be. You managed to level the series yesterday, but it was a bridge too far this evening.
Yeah, I thought West Indies were the better team, particularly tonight, and overall I thought we didn't adapt that well to these conditions, but we played some good cricket and we obviously fell short, but it was a very good series.
third time in the series that you've shipped over 70 runs in the last 5 overs. You had control of the game through the middle period, as you've done in many occasions in the series so far, but at the end it slipped away from you again.
Yeah, it is something obviously we're working on, but I actually thought today we didn't bowl too bad. They played some amazing shots towards the end, and Powell in particular was fantastic again. But it's just one of those things where we're obviously trying to work on it and trying to find solutions, and we will get better as time goes on, and someone like Joff and guys like that come back as well.
Tell us about conditions in the run chase. Nobody's chased down any of the totals beyond the first game, which was only 103. It got a little bit more difficult once the ball got older out of the power play?
Yeah, it seems to be that way. I thought the new ball obviously comes on nicer, and then when it gets older, but I thought they were very smart, and I think that was the difference between the two teams. I thought batting and bowling, they were smarter than us today. But again, it was a great series and a great spectacle for everybody. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Obviously, we didn't win, so it's a bit disappointing.
Reflecting on the series as a whole, then, where are the players who have done themselves no end of good?
I think overall it's been a great learning. I think these conditions we really struggle on. Generally, we're good on obviously flat wickets and stuff like that, but these are the conditions we want to get better on going forward. And it's been great. I mean, it's good to see the younger guys come in and put some performances. I thought Toppers in particular was fantastic with the new ball, and Rush throughout the series was fantastic.
About yourself, I mean, you had a terrific game yesterday. You've had to captain the side. You wouldn't have been expecting that at the beginning. I'm guessing you've enjoyed it, and is it something that you would be keen to do going forward if Owen struggled to get back to fitness?
Yeah, I do enjoy it. It is great fun, and it's good to be involved. But obviously, there's Joss as well, who's a fantastic captain, and he's got a brilliant cricket head, and he's the guy who normally takes over from Owen when he's not playing. So I don't really think about those things. I do enjoy it, and it's great fun.
Okay, Mo, thanks for talking to us. Commiserations about tonight. Thank you very much for the entertainment to you and the England team. Could I now invite the CWI player of the match, Jason Holder, local boy. You were battling with Akil Hussain there, but I think 4 and 4 in the last over just pipped it for you.
Yeah, a classic finish, man. Probably wasn't the best of starts by myself, but for me, I always try to stay in the game. You never know how this game could go. Yeah, last night was a topsy-turvy feeling for me as well, too, starting well and not being able to finish. So it was the opposite, the total opposite today. Not starting well today and being able to close the game out well.
Yeah, always bowling the final over. I know in the modern game, batting teams never feel as though they're out of it. You had 20 to defend. You start off with a no ball. The heart rate must have gone up a little bit at that point.
Well, I'm a bit disappointed with the no ball, man. I pride myself on being disciplined. It's not the best start to the last over, but I think the beauty about the over is the way I composed myself and came back after the no ball. To get the dot ball in the next ball, I thought was really, really crucial, so I had to deliver my best ball in that instance. And I was really, really pleased. They had to go at it, they had wickets in hand, so I guess nothing to lose on their part, but all to game on mine.
After you took the first wicket, you ran pointing at your captain, Karen Pollard, down there at long off. What was all that about?
Look, I was just being pumped up for the moment. I just had to be in the game. I love playing here at Kensington Oval. Kensington Oval for me is the best place to play cricket in the world. We've got the best fans. I want to thank the English fans as well for coming out, traveling down here in their numbers as usual. And it always brings a really good atmosphere. The atmosphere is electrifying, and hopefully there's a start of good things in the air, and hopefully the fans will come out and enjoy some more cricket in the summer. Okay, I've got a funny feeling I might be talking to you again in a moment. So for now, the CWI player of the match is Jason Holder. Take your $500 check. And don't go too far. If I could just ask now West Indies captain Karen Pollard to come forward and have a few words. Karen, congratulations. It was quite a magnificent performance.
They can't keep a good man down, always keep a smile when they want me to frown.
It felt good then, right? You've come in for a bit of flack yourself and the management group. It's not easy being captain of these islands, so that must feel wonderful for you. It's wonderful.
Thank the Almighty for giving us this victory. But having said that, I think every single one in that dressing room there, we rallied together throughout everything. Every time we won a game, there was something negative against us, but we came out today, and the guys really, really rallied. So well done to every single one inside of you and all the supporters who supported us.
There were often, you know, there were stories in the newspapers this week that there'd been some sort of falling out. But then we see you at the end there, all together, enjoying the moment. It doesn't look like this is a team that's fighting with each other.
As we say before, empty vessels make the most noise. You know, the guys have worked tirelessly, you know, after coming from Jamaica. You know, our heads were down, and, you know, we had conversations in the dressing room on how we want to play the cricket, and I thought the guys bounced back, you know, pretty well. So, you know, for us, we have to focus on what we need to focus on, and which is the cricket, and I think the guys are putting their head down, they're understanding what we want to do, what we want to achieve, you know, as a team, and you saw the results tonight. Yes, it's one series, but, you know, we have been on the losing end of a lot of series and a lot of games, and you have to take this one. So the guys need an opportunity to just free up themselves and enjoy themselves for a couple of days.
Talk to us about this game specifically. Obviously, it's a winner-take-all knockout game. You changed tactics. You decided you wanted to bat first. I, for one, I was sitting there in the dressing room thinking, wow, are they going too slowly through the middle here? Have they got enough runs in the end? But in the end, you've timed it perfectly. You made just enough runs, and you've put on what I would say is probably the best performance for you guys as a team of the entire series.
Again, you know, I said this was virtually a final, and when you play finals, you know, when you bat first and you put runs on the board, you know, sometimes whatever score you get, 10 to 15 runs in addition to, because that's what the pressure is all about. We got off to a good start. You know, we have been getting good starts, and we have been, you know, messing it up in the middle. You know, we tried to keep the impetus going by sending Romario. Obviously, it didn't work, but, you know, in cricket, you have to consolidate a bit. And we know in the last 4 overs, we can't capitalize. Yes, they bowled well, you know, last night, but today was a different day. And, you know, Powell came in, you know, gave us that impetus, and we tried to finish off the game. And I thought 179 psychologically, that's 189 runs and over. 2 good overs, the run rate is up to 10. And the way the guys came out, you know, Akil, we changed tactics again, not bowling Sheldon the first over. We get in that early wicket and right through the innings, you know, mowing, batting in the middle, you know, kept our spinners back a bit. But as soon as we got that left-hander, that was our opportunity to pounce.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to point out any other names specifically from your dressing room, but it's been a really good series for some of the guys who are trying to make their way and stay in this West Indies team.
Yeah, of course. I thought Brandon, you know, I think he had a great series at the top of the order. Jason Holder, you know, the wickets, like he said, this is his tongue, this is his ground. You can't keep him down here. Akil Hossain, you know, coming in, doing well. Odin Smith coming in after everything that has been said and bowling, you know, 3 good overs, you know, there. I thought it was a total team effort. I thought everyone rallied at some point in time. Nicholas Puran, you know, was consistent right throughout, you know, the series. And again, total team effort from us. You know, the guys really worked hard, and, you know, thank God, you know, we came out on the victorious end.
Okay, well, I can see you're very pumped up and very proud to be standing there as winners of this Betway series. Could I ask you now to lay your hands on that trophy, if you've got one spare, and just give it a lift to the West Indian supporters before we speak to the player of the series? Your captain, Karen Pollard. Thanks for speaking with us. Enjoy the celebrations. And now, finally, if I could invite the CWI Player of the Series, Mr. Jason Holder, to come back and have a few more words. Jason, 15 wickets in the series. That's some going in a 5-match T20 series. You were superb in the early exchanges with the new ball. That worked out brilliantly for you. You're now a genuine death bowling option. I mean, the smile's a broad one, but this hasn't always been the case for you in the T20 side. You've had to sort of fight your way in a little bit.
Yeah, it's a lot of hard work. You know, obviously an area that I needed to improve on is my death bowling, and obviously my variations. I feel as though I worked really hard on it in the nets. You know, I'm getting a lot more confident by the day, and, you know, it's really good to see the captain having the confidence in me. Obviously I didn't start well today, and he still had the confidence to rely on me to bowl in the last over. So that says a lot. You know, that does a lot for my confidence personally. You know, knowing that all the hard work I put into the nets is now coming into play, and people are seeing it more and more, and giving me the responsibility.
You're very much a senior player in this dressing room, whether or not you feel like a senior player in T20 cricket. The guys are looking up to you, responding to you. You yourself and Karen seem to have an excellent sort of working relationship, even though you're a former captain. It all seems to be moving in the right direction.
Look, I feel really good about my role in the team. You know, I'm past all the drama, past all the peripheral noise. Happy just to be playing in the dressing room, giving whatever I could give to the team. You know, I pride myself on being a complete team player. You know, each and every time I step on the field, it's just about what I can deliver for the team. You know, today I didn't get a chance to bat, but, you know, I had the opportunity in the field. field. So that was just my chance to put up my hand. And even though when I'm not bowling, I think it's still important for me, you know, to give out added expertise, you know, experience to the younger guys and try to guide them and nurture them. And again, full confidence to the management staff and thanks to the management staff for giving me the role and giving me that responsibility. I think it does a lot for my cricket personally, and yeah, hopefully I can continue to grow.
Finally, the England team coming out here always seems to bring the best out of West Indies and yourself. That must feel pretty good to turn over the #1 side, ranked side in the world. Yeah,
special thanks to the ECB and England boys. I thought Moeen Ali and Owen Morgan well led sides. You know, these guys are tremendous players, not only, but good people. You know, we had a good rapport off the field, and I know these guys will be looking forward keenly to coming down to the Caribbean more often. It's a place that they thoroughly enjoy, and I try to give them the best experience and hospitality as I possibly can as a, you know, Barbadian off the field and a West Indian. You know, I think it's really important for the global game, and we just need to continue to grow the game. This part in the Caribbean, you know, we tend to rely on a lot more financial resources that we probably don't have, and you know, having teams like England come more often, you know, has an added impetus to our economy and our cricket. So hopefully we can get the ECB coming out a little bit more. We know they've got some heavy schedules in the future, but you know, it's always a pleasure to play against them. Look forward to seeing the Barmy Army in the Test series, and may the better team win.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing you again in March. For now, enjoy the celebrations. Pick up your second cheque of the evening, and ladies and gentlemen, there is your Betway T20 Series Player of the Series, Jason Holder.
Thank you.
Not only is Jason Holder a very impressive player, but he's also an impressive man. Great speaker. You see the smiles and the celebrations of the West Indies, and it's well deserved. I think they've just shaded this series against England. I think they performed very well. That man there in the middle of your screen, Rothman Powell, just gone out of picture. Got a fantastic 100 last Wednesday. Current captain, former captain, inexperienced team who have been criticised after the Island series. But I wouldn't say it was an angry Karen Pollard. I think it was a message to all the doubters that if you give these guys a little bit of time, they'll win more trophies like the Betway Trophy, win more series, and also be more of a force in world cricket. And that's what we want. We want the West Indies. World cricket is a better place when the West Indies are not only confident, strong, but celebrating like that. Fantastic from the West Indies. Well, the MasterCard priceless moment of the match. Guess what? Guess who? Well, it can only be one man. 17 off his first over. 4 wickets in a row off his last. Great bowling from Jason Holder. Fantastic catching and support by his teammates. And a little bit of comedy at the end, but big smiles all from the West Indies. More analysis after the break.